TBRI, Approach to Emergency Behavior Intervention. Our foundation principles. The Children's Aid Society expects each child in our care to reside in an environment in which the child is valued, respected, and well cared for. Our agency is responsible to ensure the high-quality care is provided to all the children living in our facilities, the Children's Home and Teen Shelter. Our policies, rules, contracts define high standards for the care of the children. We will have ongoing training to help our agency meet these standards for excellence. Children and teens in our care should be guided and instructed so that they may grow to become adults who demonstrate self-control, compassion, respect for others, and the ability to care for themselves. We endorse national best practice standards which encourage adults working with children to set clear expectations and limits, develop regular routines, encourage cooperation and problem solving, and use a full range of positive interventions before using any form of restrictions of privileges to alter their behavior. Intrusive interventions such as physical restraints, de-escalation rooms, also known as isolation rooms, mechanical restraints, or medical restraints are never used. Let me go over that again. Intrusive interventions such as a physical restraint where you hold a child, a de-escalation room where a child is isolated in a locked room, mechanical restraints where kids are, strapped down to a chair or strapped down to something, or medical restraints such as a chemical restraint, medications to alter their behavior, again, are never used in our environment. Our agency uses TBRI, which is also known as Trust-Based Relational Intervention, for our trauma-informed treatment model. TBRI also emphasizes building strong, trusting relationships as a foundation for change, while also addressing a child's physical and emotional needs and teaching them self-regulation and coping skills. It is a no restraint format to our EBI plan. Our staff must comply with the discipline requirements contained in our policies and procedures and in state minimum standards and licensing regulations or requirements, as noted below in the link. If you have any questions regarding our behavior intervention plan, our discipline policy, or our behavioral rules that we set forth for our children, be sure and talk to an administrative staff and they can go over these documents with you again. General expectations for care providers. All staff must practice positive behavior support strategies for the children in our care. Positive behavior supports are seen based on respect, dignity, offering choices as appropriate to the age and developmental level of the child. Positive behavior support helps children develop effective strategies for getting their needs met and helping reduce behavior problems. Components of our positive behavior support include having a supportive environment. That means having a clean facility, an organized routine that is consistently followed, sensory-friendly items for the children to help them in a calming way. Also having calming areas. We have calming corners or calming centers where the young people who are overstimulated, that need self-regulation, can go to calm down. And we also have a wide variety of recreation and enrichment services. Our recreation and enrichment services, we actually take the kids on outings. We go to the theater, we go to the gym, we go to community events, we go swimming, we go skating, urban air, all the kind of fun things that normal children would get to go to, the movies and such. We do those things with our children, but we also have recreation on site. We have a gymnasium, we have a right track, which is a biking trail where we can bike, walk, we can actually roller skate, rollerblade, that kind of thing. We have 2 playgrounds, and we also have kind of a interior field location near our right track that is good for kickball, soccer, and things like that. In our gymnasium, we have basketball. We also have tumbling mats and things that we can do like a bump and crash that we'll learn in TBRI later, which is kind of like tumbling and sensory-based motor skill activities to kind of help us use our energy in a positive, healthy way. And we also have a game room area out in our gymnasium. We have field day activities. We have a holiday shed that has a bunch of different playground type enrichment activities for our kids. We also teach our youth skills to cope with frustration rather than acting on it, such as during our life skills and our nurture groups. Nurture groups, the staff and the children participate together, and then in life skills, the staff will participate with the children. And we are proud to be adding vocabulary and Nearpod to that, which is going to have more of a digital component that's interactive with the kids and staff, has some videos and fun singing and dancing and things like that to kind of help us remember some of these fun coping skills for our little kids and some more intensive learning projects for our bigger kids. Understanding ACEs, it's important for our staff to understand ACEs and the traumatic impact on youth behavior that high ACEs scores have. We actually have an ACEs screener that we can do. We will have an ACEs kind of EBI enhancement training later on that's not part of this training, but a second part to this training series. And we do cover ACEs kind of on and off on ongoing training as we are working at the agency. Health is very important. We do a health assessment, so we check the health of the children regularly. We can pay attention to them and make sure that their needs are being met. Their physical needs, do they need something to eat, something to drink? Are they sleeping well? Are they clean, warm, and dry? That type of thing. And we also need to make sure that they're emotionally okay. That's why we have counseling for our children. We have medical appointments for our children. We have case managers who regulate all those different types of activities for our young people. But as direct care staff, we are on the front line of recognizing when a child is not feeling well, and we have to then educate our administrative team or our case management team that there's a problem occurring and that we might need to address that and take a child to the doctor or something along those lines. TBRI is another huge component that we've added this year to our EBI system or our EBI policies. It takes a holistic approach to emergency behavior and intervention, or EBI. It addresses the underlying trauma that contributes to behavioral issues with children, ensuring that the child's physical, emotional, and relational needs are being met in a compassionate and supportive manner. And we're going to cover this within this training because we have actually fused these items together. But then we have a separate, more intensive workshop specifically for our TBRI caregiver training. And it is a much lengthier training that you do at the very end of your orientation. And we will do support training as an agency ongoing throughout the year. Supportive environment. A supportive environment ensures children get their needs met when they use socially acceptable behavior. It reduces a child's need to use problem behaviors to obtain an adult's response. Adults in a supportive environment do the following things. They acknowledge the child's abilities and accomplishments. They notice what the child does right and encourages more of that behavior. They balance predictability and consistency with our routines and schedules and things like that, with the ability to respond quickly to the changes in the child's life and their behavior. We recognize stressful circumstances such as poor sleep, hunger, thirst, illness, parental visits that are problematic, or if there's like a no-show, something like that, court dates, and even school problems. And we make reasonable adjustments in expectations for the child to help them overcome these stressful circumstances. Now let's look at the human needs at the bottom. It's the more colorful pyramid. Basic human needs established by Maslow are, and notice the foundation. The foundation is the biggest part of the pyramid, otherwise the pyramid tips over. That's just like in life. Physical needs that humans need are food, water, warmth, rest, and those are the same needs that our children have. needs to feel safe and secure. We need to make sure that our children understand that they are safe and secure in our facility, that we are here to take care of them, and we are here to moderate things for them and help them have productive coping skills. We're here to help them not only in our environment, but at school and while they're with us out in the world. A sense of belonging and love, that's very important for our psychological needs, and that is like intimate relationships and friendships. So having that connection with other people, a sense of belonging. And then we also have esteem needs. Esteem needs are prestige and a feeling of accomplishment. We do a lot of activities with our children, a lot of crafts, a lot of physical activities. We recognize school achievements, and we try to reward kids for learning a new skill or accomplishing something. So building up their self-esteem. We also do that in nurture group and some of our life skills that we offer for the kiddos. And we have also self-actualization, which is a self-fulfilling or self-fulfillment need, and that is achieving one's full potential, including creative activities, also giving back. And so it's important that we teach our children to be good stewards of our space, good stewards of the world, and we also try to volunteer and give back. So sometimes we even teach our kiddos of how we can help others. TBRI overview of the basic TBRI or trust-based relational intervention pyramid. You're going to learn more about that, like I said before, in our TBRI training. But let's look at our three basic core sections of our pyramid here. Our base is a connection. If we do not have a good connection with the children, then our base would not be stable enough to support our pyramid. Empowering the youth and giving them that opportunity to have some empowering opportunities, and then correcting is our most minimal portion of our pyramid. And so let's kind of cover those really quickly. Connecting is where we play with the children. We have a playful mindset. We are mindful of ourselves. So mindfulness is not only about self-awareness of where we are coming from, like how our day was before we got to work, how our childhood was, how we were parented, those kind of things, but also understanding where our children come from, how was their day, how did they sleep, and where did they come from. So being mindful of the world around us and ourselves and others around us. Providing affirmations for our kids. It's very important to provide affirmations for the kids. Watching our nonverbal body language by having those warm eyes, not sharp cutting eyes. And so we want to affirm children, praise children, recognize when they've made positive changes and give them those opportunities to correct things if they need to, and we'll talk about that at the top. Listening to the kiddos and providing those positive, healthy touches, like a high five, a pat on the back, sometimes holding a hand with our littles, sometimes cuddling them or holding them, and with our bigs, sometimes giving a hug with consent. And so we want to make sure as our kids grow and develop that they learn about consent. And so, yes, I want a hug, or no, I don't want a hug. And so making sure that they have that opportunity to say when they are available or ready for that. Empowering is offering the kids things that provide stability, like water, something to drink, juice, offering routines and consistency. Children like to know what's going on. They like that sense of stability. And so if we offer routines by following our schedules, by following our behavior rules, by following our patterns of what we say we're going to do, and having that consistency, it's important for the kiddos. So we have a set time that we eat. We have a set time for snacks. We have a set time for a bath time. And we have some kind of routines or rituals that we do before bed, like sometimes we'll tell a story before bed, or sometimes we'll stretch before bed, and usually before meal times we might say a blessing or things along those lines. We also offer healthy snacks. We have 3 meals a day plus 3 snacks a day, but that is not limited on our snacks, because sometimes children need an additional snack, and that's okay, or an additional drink. And oftentimes after kids have had like a disruption and they can't self-regulate, they're frustrated and they are more thirsty, and they are needing some nourishment to kind of reset their bodies. And so it's okay to provide those additional items. Now, candy or treat foods, they can be done like during our nurture groups or during special times, but it's not something that we give all the time because of the sugar level. We want to provide healthy snacks for the kiddos, so we usually have those provided in our kitchen area. And then we also have our sensory activities or our calming centers and things like that, where we have physical activity areas and like our playgrounds and our gym. That's our sensory activities, as well as the art room and even the game room and things like that. There are a lot of fun things for the kids to do, but also we have those areas for kiddos who have neurodivergent issues, or things along the line of autism or ADHD, or they have sensory processing disorder, SPD, and they need to calm themselves down in a more relaxing space. So we have those calming centers that we will be sure and show staff how to use, and it's important to show the children how to use them as well. Now on to correcting. Correcting is where we offer the opportunity for redos to allow a child to say, hey, could you redo that? And let's do that with respect, please. But notice the tone of my voice is very soft and it's very warm and it's very nurturing, and I'm also going to have warm eyes when I ask them to do that. And I'm sometimes going to offer them an opportunity to redo it with me, and that way we have an opportunity to learn. Whenever a kid is really upset and really frustrated, sometimes they need to have a time in. We do time ins, and so that's where a child can come sit by me and we can talk about what's going on. And if they're not ready to talk immediately, that's okay. We can sit in silence for a little while. It doesn't hurt anything to sit calmly. Maybe they need to go to the calming center first, and then we can actually have a time to talk things through. We want to give our kiddos choices, and we always like to give them 2 choices. And on that second choice, we want them to have an opportunity to compromise and offer some input on what that choice might be, as long as it's reasonable and attainable and we can mutually agree upon it. Our biggest thing we want our young people to do with correction is to stop and think, and that way they can make a healthy choice. And we always want to go back to playful engagement and to recognize again and praise the young people with affirmation for making positive changes. Skill development. Adults increase coping skills in youth by doing the following things. Explaining what's expected. When kids come to our building, depending on if they came in the middle of the night or on the next shift, they would learn about our behavioral roles, our schedules, and they'll get a tour of the building. It's staff's job to explain what's expected. So we go over the behavioral rules. We talk to children about our schedules and also about things that they can expect as far as scheduling, meal times, snack times, bath times, things along those lines. We also talk to them about their needs, like our clothing shed where we have clothing support needs, or our toiletry closet where we have those kind of things as well. So it's important for the kids to know that we have those items. So explaining what is expected. Redirecting ineffective behavior. It's important to redirect ineffective behavior in a positive way. We're going to learn more about that with our TBRI and our trust-based relational intervention training, and we talk about playful engagement, structured engagement, calming engagement, and protective engagement. And so we'll learn more about that later. But remember, we try to do everything with a positive, warm tone. If children escalate, then we use more of a structured tone. But again, we bring ourselves back to having warm eyes and warm voices to encourage the child to change their behavior. Offering a calming space to self-regulate, we have those in both buildings. And sometimes it could just be the child doesn't want to sit in the calming corner, or they don't want to sit on the calming hall or something like that. They may want to walk in the playground, or they may want to sit in a library sectional area and read. They may want to go to their room and sit at their desk and journal. Sometimes they want to lay down and take a nap. And so we need to talk to the children about what is calming for them. And then we make note of that and document that so that other staff are also aware of it. And so we want to find out how to better calm a child. And we usually ask them about those things in their intake, where we have what are your triggers and what are your calmers. And so it's important to know that the children understand what we have to offer as calmers, and then they can notate to us what is important to them or what they value. We also model how to negotiate and problem solve by offering choices. We give our children choices, and then we give our children compromises by allowing them to negotiate that second choice. Remember, we do 2 choices with a negotiation or a compromise on that second choice with some problem solving to help us meet the goal that we need to meet. For instance, if a child is thrown their trash and they miss the trash bucket on the ground, we can say, hey, can you redo that and pick that up and put that in the trash for me? That way we can have a clean building. And if they say no, sometimes it might be fun to do a playful engagement and say, hey, I tell you what, you pick that up and see if you can make 2 points and hit it in the trash can. Rather than complaining to them or griping them out for the trash that's on the floor, making it more of a positive thing that they want to do rather than they're forced to do encourages more behavior modification. Supporting the child's efforts to effectively control his or her own behavior. That's self-regulation. We want to talk to kids about self-regulation. We actually will talk to them about their check engine plate that you'll learn more about with TBRI. And so talking to them about whether they're in the red or whether they're in the blue and how to get themselves self-regulated to get into the green so they can be productive and learn. And so we verbally praise and offer positive changes and rewards for self-control through affirmation, high fives, giving them a hug, acknowledging thank you for doing a redo with me, and thank you for having some self-control and self-regulating. They need to know those words: redo, self-regulation, self-control. And also doing things with respect. And it's important for us also to give respect as much as we're asking them to be respectful. So making sure that we're mindful of our tone, having a warm, friendly tone, and being encouraging rather than demanding or too authoritarian towards them. This is not like a military environment or a boot camp environment. It's a shelter for children who've struggled and had some challenges in their lives. And so we want to be always mindful of that we need to speak to them with a warm and compassionate tone. Providing daily structure which supports the child's need for consistency. If staff do not follow the rules and follow the schedules and follow our policies on how we interact with the kiddos, it really messes it up for the child because it's confusing for them. It does not allow them to feel safe because they know the staff is not following the rules, and it makes it more difficult for other staff as well. So we have to follow our schedules and our routines pretty concretely with a little bit of flexibility when we have a child who's being disruptive to work them through that challenge and to get ourselves back on track. But following our schedules, our routines, our policies, and our procedures, the more consistent we are with how we work with the children, the better it is for the child and their structured needs. Offering choices, compromises, and redos. Again, that's part of our TBRI. We offer 2 choices, with that second choice being a compromise, and some redos just for some minor behavior issues so we can kind of go through them and practice that skill of doing them the right way. Always offering praise and affirmation when they have made those positive choices to demonstrate that they've learned that skill. Teaching the children self-regulation and staff co-regulation skills. Sometimes a child can regulate themselves just by breathing or walking or going to the calming center. They can ask to go to the calming center. If a child is throwing a fit and they've learned that they can go to the calming center and they go there effectively and try to self-soothe and calm themselves down and then they come out of that space when they're more calm, then recognize, thank you for self-regulating. Thank you for recognizing that you needed to calm down. Now let's talk about what was going on that upsets you. And so co-regulation is when a child really can't calm down and you have to help them by doing breathing techniques, practicing different types of breathing techniques, whether you're doing square breathing or you're breathing like a dragon or blowing out a birthday candle or smelling a pizza and blowing on the hot pizza or whatever you decide to do, blowing bubbles in the air, pretend bubbles in the air with our breath. Also doing like wall push-ups or sometimes a chair push-up or a chair sit. And then sometimes it's using our crash and bump activities out in the gym just to burn up energy. Sometimes we're in the red and we need to co-regulate just because we're hyper and we're silly and we're excited. Red's not always a bad thing. Sometimes it's just we have too much energy to burn. We do have some sit and spins, and we do have another spinning chair for older children, as well as some yoga ball chairs and things along those lines. That sometimes if a child is just wanting to, we're doing a movie night or something like that and they can't sit still, we might have them sit off to the back where they're in more of an area where they can have some movement to their bodies while they're watching the movie, and that way they're not disruptive. Encouraging a child to be appropriately involved in school and community activities, rewarding them for staying in class, rewarding them for being active and caring about participating and engaging with others. And we attend those events, so we try to attend all the children's events, and we try to encourage them to participate in school activities. We do take that extra mile to make sure they have an opportunity to have the appropriate attire for school and school events. We want to make sure they participate in spirit days and things like that. And so we ask the children about that and also encourage them and help them idea share of what they might need to participate in those activities. Making sure each child has the opportunity to form significant positive friendships and family relationships. It's important that we do that. And so we want to make sure if they have people on their call list, they have that opportunity to talk to them. We do not deny the children an opportunity to call people who they have been approved contact with or visitation with. We don't have the right to deny them of that. But we also want to encourage children to have positive friendships here in the shelter. We don't have boyfriend and girlfriend relationships or girlfriend, boyfriend relationships. We want to make sure that they understand that we're all friends, and also that we want them to have healthy, positive friendships at school. And so sometimes they may come home and they have a phone number of a child that they want to talk to in the school setting, as long as we can get that approved through their case manager with the SSCC providers, which is like CPS, To Engage, Empower, whoever else we work with. Then if it's approved and they can have contact with them, then they can contact those people during phone call time or visitation if that's been prearranged by the courts. Aggression. What do we need to look for when we're looking for aggressive behavior? Look at that picture of that little boy just screaming and yelling with his fists clenched and his cheeks are red. Explosive temper tantrums. We usually see them with toddlers, but you can also see them with bigger kids as well. Sometimes you have physical aggression like hitting, throwing, kicking, pushing, even fighting. Sometimes kids will have threats, or they will make attempts to hurt others, including thoughts of wanting to kill others. Like they're going to be like, I wish you were dead, or I wish, you were never here. Sometimes they'll say things like that. Sometimes they'll use things as weapons, not necessarily a full weapon because we don't have access to weapons, but sometimes they'll use other things that they can throw at other people or hit people with. Cruelty towards animals. We really don't have animal cruelty here, but in the public setting, because we don't have animals. But in a public setting before they came here, sometimes we know about children who've been cruel towards animals. And so we usually know that about them, and then we know that they're more prone towards temper tantrums and aggression. Setting fires is another sign of kiddos who have issues with aggression. It's not always the case, but if they're frequent fire setters, then that is more of a sign or a symptom of aggressive behaviors, impulsive behaviors. Intentional destruction of property. Kids who like break things that belong to other people because of jealousy or anger, or they just break things because they're mad, like they punch walls or hit things or throw things. And vandalism, just to be mean, to damage property. And so those are all things of what we need to look for. In TBRI and with our EBI processes, we talk about being very quick to respond. So we're looking for those aggression symptoms at a smaller level. These symptoms right here are at a higher level. They're already where we need protective engagement or calming engagement. But there are some signs where we can look for smaller behaviors that would indicate that we need to help the child calm down, and we can do it at a smaller level, such as playful engagement or structured engagement. And so we'll talk more about that here in a little bit. Healthcare is really important with our kiddos. Prompt assessments and treatment of any ongoing or suspected medical condition allows adults to better understand what behaviors can reasonably be expected of the child. Adults ensure appropriate health care by the following things. Acting on any concerns they have about the child's health. Do they have a cough? Do they have a fever? Do they have a stomach ache? Are they having trouble sleeping? Do they have issues wetting the bed? Do they have issues with enuresis or encapresis, where they have accidents and they have trouble going to the restroom? Things along those lines. Obtaining a yearly well exam. Our case managers, sometimes when kids come in, they have not had those exams, and so our staff will our case management staff will schedule a healthy kids exam or an EPSTD screening. We also do dental exams. And so from emergency screenings, which is like our 72-hour screenings, to the full Healthy Kids 30-day checkup, dental exams, visual exams, we make sure we get all those appointments in. In addition to that, kids who are on psychotropic drugs and medications and counseling, we also have nurse practitioners that come to the office that help us also monitor those items as well. We like to educate ourselves about the nature of the child's illness. So if a child had a medical appointment or a therapeutic appointment, like in counseling, and we learned that they had ADHD or autism or bipolar disorder or intermittent explosive disorder, anything along those lines, we will get medical advice from a treatment provider on what behaviors to expect from that child and how to work with them. And so we will put that in their service plan, and we'll educate staff on what we need to do to help work with that child. But I like to let people know doctors provide wonderful input on how to work with children, but the children also provide wonderful input on how to work with themselves. And that goes back to learning our intake paperwork, where they put what are their escalators and what are their calmers, and allowing the children again to know what the calming things that we have in the building are, so they can help identify what is calming to them. When doctors prescribe medication or prescribe things for us to do, like monitoring their diet or regulating their diet, avoiding certain foods, things like that, taking medications and what those side effects are, we need to follow the instructions just like the doctors and pharmacists have prescribed. We do not have the power or authority to change those recommendations. And so if we do see a problem where there is some issues with a medication and it's bothering a child, then case managers will make an appointment to go to the doctor, and sometimes the next day, sometimes right away. If we notice a major problem, then we would go right away, if it was urgent or an emergency situation, to have somebody assess that situation. But we look and educate ourselves about prescribed medications and possible side effects. We actually do training on psychotropic drugs during our orientation and annually, and that helps us understand what's going on with medications in kiddos. Sometimes we don't know necessarily what's going on with the kiddo because we did not have it in their records, nor did we have any previous experience with that child on that med, and they have like some type of reaction to it. They experience some of the negative side effects from the medications, and so then we have to constantly assess that and see if things are working. We share medical and prescription information with other caregivers. It's also like on our board and our pass-down notes and our books, especially as it changes. We want to make sure that as new medicines come in and old medicines are changed or discontinued, that we make sure that we separate those out so we don't have current meds with old meds, or with med changes that we need to replace a med with a different medication. We should pull that other med and turn that into the case managers. We need to also be aware of information at intake and our preliminary service plan of anything that needs to happen. Like sometimes a child will come in at intake and they said, this child has ADHD, but they don't have any meds. Well, then it's important to not only have it on that intake sheet, but also to inform and leave a note for the next shift, and also the case manager, hey, this child has ADHD and they do not have their meds, so that is something that we need to work on. Or this child has a cough or a cold and it has not been treated. Anything along those lines. We also, with health care, check our children at intake for head lice or any bodily injuries that might need treating. And so if children have head lice, we treat them for head lice. If we have a suspect of head lice, then we treat them for head lice, which involves shampooing and conditioning the kiddo's hair with the treatments that are provided by the lice kits, and then also combing that hair out. And we learn about that also during orientation and training. Sometimes we have to modify our safety contracts with the kiddos, or our safety plans, or our behavior plans. And that is when a kiddo is having trouble self-regulating and they're making some issues of threats of self-harm, or if they're making issues where they're, let's say, not necessarily self-harming, but scratching their arm to write on their arm or something like that. So we want to talk to the kiddos. There's some alternative things they can do to meet those anxious feelings that they're having, and also addressing that in counseling. But we have to modify our safety contract, usually with our counselors and the children, and then modify our behavior plans to better meet their needs. and giving them the support services they need to better control their behavior. Case manager. What is the CM's role in the behavior plan? Number one, after placement, the case manager makes contact with the staff to see how the child is adjusting. The case manager maintains at a minimum of twice weekly face-to-face contact with each child in the agency. It's really easier for our organization, for our case managers to do that because the case managers are housed in the shelter where the children also live. Our case managers use a team approach to planning for each child. They include contacting the staff and other concerned adults and consider their input before developing a service plan. This may be the SSCCC provider, a CASA worker, a CPS worker, a parent. It could be our counselors, our staff. It could also be other concerned kinship placements and maybe even school counselors or school teachers who would like to provide input on our service plan. When the case managers and the staff agree upon a youth having some challenging behaviors, we include those in the service plan with a behavior management section, and that's individualized for each child. And we want to address the following things. We want to address, do we know things that contribute to the problem behaviors for that child? Is it a certain time of day? Is it a certain person? Is it a phone call? Is it visitation? Is it being tired from after school? Is it having difficulty learning? Are they being bullied by peers? Sometimes it could be that other children in the building are having visitation and maybe even a CASA worker, and they've gotten here and they don't have any of those things, so they feel very lost and very grieved about the loss of their previous environment, and that's not being addressed. And so there's a lot of different factors that we have to take into what might contribute to a behavior problem. Sometimes it could be that children are scared and they're afraid of bath time or bedtime. It could be a sensory processing disorder where maybe the environment's too loud and they need ear muffling headphones, or maybe the lights are too bright, or they might have some sensory processing issues that also pertain to foods where they're food avoidant or picky about textures and flavors and tastes, and we're having to kind of work around those and encourage the child to try new things. We also need to know the supervision needs of those children. When children come in and they have a Form A are children who have been victims of child molestation, and or they can be predatorial children. So if we know those things, we need to make sure that all staff are aware of that. They've signed off that they know about that. They've read the Form A. And we understand that those children will need some more supervision because of those factors. Our goal is to make sure that none of our children are aggressive towards one another, sexually inappropriate towards one another, or children who even have issues of suicidal behaviors, self-harming behaviors. We want to make sure that they are not self-harmful and that they are in a stable place in their mental health where they do not want to self-harm or commit suicide. And so we want to provide the adequate supervision for all of our children. And that's why we are broken down into groups, and we have that line of sight supervision on all of our kiddos at all times. Strategies for early intervention and de-escalation. That's why we do the behavior triggers and behavior calmers on our intake sheets, and that's why we talk to each other from shift to shift, having those times to have a discussion point if we've had a good day or a challenging day. I don't want to say bad day, but a challenging day, and what might we be working through. Sometimes it may just be a kid didn't sleep well, or they need an extra snack, or they're not feeling well and they need to go to the doctor. These are all things that have to be communicated amongst one shift to the other, but also to our case managers in case they need to intervene and schedule up an appointment for that child to better accommodate their needs. We need to list a way to respond if de-escalation is not working. What have we tried that has failed, and what have we tried that is successful? Some staff are going to be more successful at altering a children's behavior in a positive way than others. And so we need to know what is working for them and how do we get that staff to help the other staff better connect with the children and correct the children's behavior that need addressing in a positive way. Because again, once our goal with our EBI is to build kids up, not to break them down. So how do we lift our kids up with positivity and teaching them self-control and getting them self-regulated so they do better in our environment and in the school environment and in the world? We also, write all that down and we document that, what's working and what's not working, so we can understand if we see a pattern of that behavior in the kids' notes, their daily log notes. Case managers make a plan for obtaining crisis consultation and 24-hour support from an admin staff and sometimes possibly MHMR in Red River for evaluation. We teach staff how to do the suicide brief ask questionnaire when a child has expressed a suicidal ideation or self-harmful ideation. And then sometimes if that ask questionnaire is too high or the markers are too high, then we might make consultation with the case manager to schedule an appointment for us to go get an evaluation through MHMR, Red River, Blue Sky, or some other organization like that that works with higher risk youth who need that supervision and psychiatric care. Our case managers document in the service plan, including behavior management section, in the child's individual service plan as described elsewhere in the agency policy. Like we have the calmers and escalators, we have our treatment team meetings, which includes like the PPs, the ICMs, and the ISPs that deal with the children's meetings for their placement providers. And we also have our counseling appointments and counseling notes that we coordinate. And we do daily living skills with our kiddos and nurture groups that we have just done with our direct care providers and our direct care staff as well. Behavior management strategies covered by our guidelines. If children and teens are behaviorally reactive in ways that may pose continuous serious threats to themselves or others, or to property, then additional off-site services must be arranged. Sometimes that requires case managers and administrative staff contacting Red River Hospital, MHMR, juvenile detention, or the police. But again, that would be approved through administrative staff. If their behaviors are progressively getting out of control and they appear to be becoming threatening, then the case manager will actually contact their SSCC or their DFPS worker or probation officer or parent, and they will arrange for a discharge to a facility that better meets their needs behaviorally, such as an RTC. This is usually for aggressive youth. Youth exhibiting these behaviors usually need one-to-one supervision. That means line of sight. The child can't be out of your vision until we can get alternate placement arrangements that are made. Youth's behavioral issues and or needs will be addressed in counseling on a weekly basis. Our main goal is assisting the child to gain control of his or her own behavior. The more we can use our TBRI for our behavior intervention services, and we can follow the ideal response with the playful engagement, the structured engagement, calming engagement, and protective engagement, if we follow the TBRI treatment plan, then we will often need that protective engagement less. So I think this will actually decrease and bring incidence down. If we are proactive and intervene early, then the risk of that protective engagement, it really will decrease. What can trigger violence in children? In some circumstances, children lash out just because they're irritated by an issue that is too big for them to handle. It could be like the removal itself. It could be parents not showing up for visitation. It could be that promises were made by someone that were not met. It could also be because they haven't learned to handle their emotions correctly or resolve problems in socially acceptable ways. That goes back to self-regulation. They don't know how to self-regulate. So we can co-regulate with them and teach them how to regulate. That may be showing them how to breathe, to relax. That may be taking a walk and talking. That may be doing a time in. That may be talking about what are your calmers. That may be taking them over to the calming center and showing them how to use the different features of the calming center or the calming corner. Also, making sure that their basic needs are met. Going back to that pyramid that we saw earlier, are they hungry? Are they thirsty? Are they tired? Are they sick? Or what is going on? Asking them, what's going on that made you so upset? That a way we can see if somebody else was bullying them, or that was there a problem at school? Was there some embarrassment? Something on the lines that triggered that aggression. In some circumstances, children may be dealing with the unique challenges, such as stressful life events, like somebody might have passed away, or just watching, like sometimes kids, when they're removed, they have witnessed traumatic, awful things before they've come here, whether it be domestic violence, sexual abuse, physical abuse. Sometimes we've seen children who've witnessed, a murder suicide of the parents, or parents OD'd or something like that. Sometimes the children, were in a trap house, and they saw drugs and alcohol, coming and going, and the dangers of living in a trap house. And of course, there's usually some kind of sexual abuse along those lines, or domestic violence. And sometimes kids can just have some mental health and or physical issues, such as autism or ADHD, fetal alcohol syndrome, OCD, depression. Some have just been diagnosed with major behavior problems as a result of their environment. Situations where our guidelines do not apply. This guideline does not apply to age-related developmentally normal behaviors demonstrated by very young children that may require physical intervention. Some examples of appropriate adult intervention are listed below. Intervening physically to ensure safety when a child demonstrates dangerous impulsive behavior. An example of this would be when physically holding a 3-year-old's hand who suddenly tries to dart in the street. Holding hands to cross the street is okay. Intervening physically to remove a child from a situation that is so stimulating the child is overwhelmed. Another example of this would be physically removing a 2-year-old who's having a tantrum in a supermarket floor to a quiet area in the car or another part of the store, either holding hands or picking up a toddler and moving them away for safety. We do not pick up older youth, as this is dangerous and it's also provoking. Appropriately using standard industry-approved infant-child safety restraints in a car or a high chair when eating dinner, using safety belts in a car, or a toddler harness or safety gates, those are all safe and appropriate if they're used for the purpose they were designed for. We do not use those items just to have a child sit there if they're throwing a tantrum. That's not a place for them if they're throwing a tantrum. It's not as a punishment. It's used for the purpose they were originally designed to serve for. Otherwise, that's a form of a mechanical restraint. Following steps outlined in an alternative behavior management plan for developmentally disabled children when separate plan has been developed. And so sometimes we may make some additional accommodations for children with major intellectual or physical disabilities. So we might hold a hand of an older child and walk with them if they're prone to darting and things along those lines. That's a safety measure. That's not a restraint. But we would again talk to the child about it and say, when we go out in public, sometimes you wander off, so let's hold hands and be buddies so we can stay safe at the farmer's market. So that's kind of an understanding that we make sure that we educate the child of why we're doing something. Interventions which are prohibited or not allowed. Let me repeat that. Interventions which are prohibited or not allowed. The following interventions are prohibited in a licensed home or facility, like our GRO, Basic Care Emergency Shelter. We do not use corporal punishment of any kind. Examples of corporal punishment include, but are not limited to, spanking with a hand or an object, biting, jerking, kicking, shaking, pulling hair, forcefully holding, or throwing the child. These are a form of child abuse, and we do not use them in our environment. Behavioral control methods that interfere with a child's right to humane care. Example of these methods which interfere with humane care include, but are not limited to, deprivation of sleep, providing inadequate food, purposefully inflicting pain as a punishment, name-calling or using a derogatory comment, verbal abuse, or actions intended to humiliate a child. And so these behaviors, again, are not accepted. Depriving a child of the components of humane care. Examples: the components of humane care include but are not limited to clothing, personal hygiene, adequate shelter, adequate food, and necessary medical or dental care. We do not deny a child's right to any of those items. And even more so, we want to take our humane care to the next level and make sure that children have the right to pick their clothing and their personal hygiene items, because sometimes children have definitely personal preferences in those areas. Making sure that we have adequate food. When we serve meals at the shelter, we have 3 meals a day, 3 snacks a day, and additional food when needed. And within our meals that we always have an alternative main source of protein in case a child is not agreeable to the plate that we have to be served. They all get 1 plate of food, and they can ask for seconds if they would like them. And so we make sure that the children have adequate food. We do not deprive the children of necessary services. Services include but are not limited to contact with an assigned social worker, contact with their legal representative or their attorney ad litem, their CASA, family contacts, or any of our therapeutic activities with the child is part of during their individual service plan and safety plan. And so we want to make sure that if we're saying we're going to go somewhere on an outing, that child also gets to be included in that outing and they get the opportunity to go on that outing. Now, there may be a time when a child doesn't get to go on an outing, and that's because they have darted off or they've had some incidences where they're struggling with their behavior on that outing. Then it may be a situation where we stay back and use that as a learning process with counseling time, and we focus on how to improve our behavior so we can go on the next outing. So occasionally there will be that time that we have to renegotiate and bring that back to the drawing table. It's not depriving them of an outing, it's making sure that they understand how that they have to behave and stick together on an outing in order to make sure that we go on those outings and we're safe. And so there is an occasional time that we have to redraft that, do a redo, and take them out on a smaller outing and teach them how we do things so they can go on the larger outings. Of course, we never use a medication in an amount or frequency other than which it's been originally prescribed for by a psychiatrist or a physician. So we also don't give over-the-counter meds without permission and direct consent. So we do have items in our building like Tylenol and Benadryl and things like that for emergency uses, but you cannot administer them without talking to a direct administrator, and we consult with you about how we are going to use that with that child and what's its purpose and what it's for. If our kiddos are on medications for sleeping and things like that, we take them at the time that's designated, not earlier than the time that's designated. And so things like that are just things to consider. Giving medications that have been prescribed for another person. Example, sleeping pills or tranquilizers, sedatives. Also cold medications and over-the-counter sleeping aids. Youth can only take their medications, and any over-the-counter medications have to be pre-approved before they're given to a child. We do not share medications, and so each child has their own prescription for their meds and their own med sheet, and it's stored and documented properly. Physically locking doors or windows in a way that would prohibit a child from exiting. We have a fire-safe building. We have a fire alarm system, and so our windows and doors have alarms on them. We do lock the doors to keep strangers out, and so we do that to prevent strangers from entering our building, but not to lock the children down. We're not a lockdown facility. So examples is putting locks on the outside of rooms to lock kids in. This is not allowed and it is prohibited. Physical restraint techniques of any form. Example, holding a child in a method to restrict their movement. This is not allowed. So grabbing a child and holding them in any form of hold is not allowed. We are a non-restraint facility. Even if you have restraint training from a previous job or position, we are not allowed to use physical restraints, and so we do not use them at any time. Physical acts that inflict pain as a strategy for behavior control. Do not grab a child's arm, squeeze their hand tight, or pinch them in any way. We don't swat the children or anything like that. Mechanical restraints used as punishment. This includes high chairs and car seats, playpens and beds and things along those lines. These items are used for their original purpose. We do not do timeout. So these items are not for a timeout purpose. We do not do timeout as an agency. We do time in, which serves a different purpose. Any activity that interferes with a child's basic right to human care, protection, safety, and security. Examples: wearing signs, digging ditches, forced exercise, or putting a child on display. Sometimes we might have children who want to take a walk to relieve stress, or they want to do kind of a wall push-up or something like that where they're holding a wall and putting stress on a wall. If they want to participate in that and they're not forced to do so, then this is not a form of punishment or inhumane care. They're actively working on self-regulation with our TBRI, and that's a different process. So how do we recognize the causes of aggression? If a child's aggression is frequently aimed at caregivers, the child psychologists believe that the children are unable to convey their feelings of helplessness, worry, or fury to the caregiver in an appropriate manner, and as a result, they act aggressively and more prone to strike, shove, kick, and shout. The greatest method to assist them to teach them to express their feelings via words rather than through aggression. We learn that in our TBRI training that offers how we address problem behaviors at different levels. And so you will actually go over that when we do our TBRI training. Understanding the conflict cycle. You're going to see a graph there at the bottom. It's our beliefs and attitudes about the conflict cycle and how that influences us. All behavior, including frustrating tantrums and aggressive behaviors, have meaning. What is behind the youth's behavior is important. When they talk about beliefs and attitudes about the conflict, are you taking it personal? Is this a personal attack on you? Are you, in your own personal background, were you told to sit down and shut up? And so understanding the conflict cycle, how you grew up and how you handled conflict plays a big role in how we work with our kiddos. And so our goal as an agency is to define all behavior has meaning regardless of what it looks like. So if I'm throwing a fit and I can't find the words to tell you that I'm tired or hungry or that my feelings are hurt, it's your job to help me learn to self-regulate and calm down so I can work through this conflict. And so understanding when the conflict occurs, staff should be proactive to offer support immediately to decrease the risk for higher aggression. So that goes back to learning the ideal response that we're going to cover in TBRI at a later point and even later in this training itself. And so that 3-second response time, as soon as you hear a kid saying, hey, stop that, don't do that, leave me alone, those kind of words, we should already be responding when that conflict occurs. If we wait too long and the children are already fighting, then we've missed that opportunity to intervene at a healthy point. Responses. We use TBRI to address conflict behaviors now. Our agency staff are mindful of themselves, where they came from, and where the children came from. We are alert. We use behavior scripts. We use our life value terms. We have the ideal response, and we offer correction through playful, structured, and calming engagement, and then in instances where kids are aggressive or self-harmful, protective engagement. Consequences. Our goal is not to punish the children, but to teach the children self-regulation and offer redos. Choices. Remember, we like to offer 2 choices, and that second choice being a compromise, that the child actually had the shared power to make some decisions with that second choice if needed. Sometimes kids will just pick the first choice and that's fine. But let's say you're on the playground and you're like, hey guys, we got to go in, it's time to go in, and you've already given them transitional warnings, 5-minute warning, 2-minute warning, time to go in, and this one child runs to climb up the slide one more time, and you're like, okay, Sarah, we've got to go in, and you have a choice to come back down the slide ladder and go in with me, or I'll make a compromise, and if you're still wanting to slide, you can slide down that one more time, and then you can kind of hold my hand and we can go in, and you can help me walk in. And then not being punitive, not being restrictive, and not using restraints of any form, giving Sarah, this pretend girl on the slide, the opportunity to make that choice to come down and walk with me to go back in the building. The reason I offered for Sarah to hold my hand and walk in is I'm saying Sarah's an imaginary little girl, and sometimes little kids like to hold our hand to come in, and that gives me more confidence that she'll hold my hand willingly and walk in with me, knowing that she'd be by my side. And then I'll thank her for coming down the slide and honoring that compromise, honoring that choice, and coming in the building with me. And so you give them praise by meeting that need. Sometimes, that prevents Sarah from coming to the top of the slide and screaming and crying and saying, hey, I'm not going to come down. Just giving that extra opportunity to listen and let her transition a little better. Sometimes it's that we didn't transition them proper. I like to sometimes give a kids a 10-minute warning and then a 5-minute warning, and then at 3 minutes we're going to stop our activity, pick up whatever we were doing and put things away properly and line up to go in. That way, if we can give those children the transitional warnings, they'll be prepared to go in, and sometimes that prevents some of those transitional issues with making a transition from one activity to another. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and this one is really true. The anger volcano. There's so much that we don't see. We only see the anger that's spewing out the top of that volcano. Behaviors that we can see are the explosion on others, the kids shutting down, yelling, arguing, throwing things, kicking, fighting, refusing everything, walking away, withdrawing, crying. But what do we not see? What built up that volcano? We don't see the trauma, the confusion. They're tired. They're fearful. They feel guilty about something. They have anxiety. They're hungry. They've got some pain somewhere in their body. They've got some embarrassment. They feel helplessness. They have grief. They have loneliness. And they feel threatened. That volcano is what we need to think of when kiddos are erupting in anger. Anger is an adaptive emotion that helps us recognize when something feels wrong or unfair. It's a natural response that signals a need for change or action, whether it's defending ourselves, setting boundaries, or addressing an issue. While anger can motivate us to fix problems, it can also become destructive if not managed properly. The key is to understand it and to control it rather than letting it control us. Some of the things that I see most when talking to staff are those transitional things that we talked about in the previous slide. Sometimes we've been outside and we didn't take drinks or we didn't take snacks, and we've burned a lot of calories and a lot of energy while we were outside. So now kids are hot and they're tired and they're thirsty, and it's not mealtime just yet. And so they're going to have a meltdown because they're not able to identify that they're feeling hangry. Many of us have giggled and we thought about those silly candy bar commercials where they talk about feeling hangry. Our kids feel hangry too, and thirsty. And so when we are dehydrated, we can't think clearly. When we're hangry, we can't think clearly because our blood sugar is too low. Sometimes that makes us weepy and emotional, and sometimes it makes us tired, and sometimes it makes us very irritable and grumpy. And so anger always starts with a trigger or an event or a situation that sets off our emotions. The triggers that lead to a chain of reactions. Sometimes we have cognitive and emotional responses. We interpret the trigger situation, and this leads into negative thoughts and feelings about what happened. For example, we might think someone has been unfair, leading to feelings of frustration, hurt, or disrespect. Now, I see this in the shelter, and it boils down to having kids being able to go first. They got to do this first, or they got to go outside first, or they got this toy first. And so we often have to take in terms of sharing and making sure that everybody has an opportunity to go first, and that we try to do some rotation when it comes to those things. And that's as simple as to reading a bedtime story first. You've got to really think in terms of making sure that there is a fairness to all the kids and how we treat them. It could also be a physiological response. We experience some physical changes in our body, like our heart rate increases, breathing quickens, and muscles tense up as the body prepares for a fight or flight response. In those instances, we can teach our children how to breathe, and take some relaxing breaths, how they can try to do some stretches to loosen the muscles in their neck and body, how to hold our hands really, really tight until they shake, and then wipe that on our pants so we can kind of wipe the anger off from our hands. It's the kind of thing we can do with little kids. Sometimes we need to take a walk. Sometimes kids can have such a physical response that they might even need to lay down. It can even give them a headache. And so we need to talk to kiddos about their physiological responses and how to better address them. And then sometimes we have a behavioral response. This is how we act when we're angry. It could be raising our voices, clenching our fists, pacing, panting, huffing and puffing, posturing with our chests, and pushing our chests out to kind of look like we're going to be more bigger than we are. It's the outward reactions to what we're experiencing, feeling, and thinking. Even little kids, sometimes they push, they throw, they might, throw things on the ground, or, yank on things. And so we've got to help identify the behavioral responses and then teach our kiddos how to effectively address these triggers. A helpful way to look at anger is from a timeline perspective. This approach allows us to pinpoint the right strategy for each stage of the process. Anger unfolds in a cycle, moving through different stages over time. It begins with a trigger, builds during escalation, and can peak with an outburst. Let's look at the bottom graph, the phases of escalation. First, we're calm. Then, second, there's a trigger. Now, third, we're agitated. Fourth, that's going to accelerate. We're going to get some acceleration in there. And 5, it's going to peak with an outburst. Then we de-escalate. And then finally we recover. We're tired. And then we might feel like talking about it. Now, we all notice, doesn't that trigger, that phases of escalation, doesn't that look like a volcano that we saw earlier? By understanding this timeline, we can choose the best strategy for each stage. During the trigger stage, this is the initial stage where a specific event or situation sparks anger. It could be anything from a disagreement to a feeling of being ignored or frustrated. Now is the time to intervene. If we can do playful engagement that we learn in TBRI and effectively apply it to the trigger phase, then we will not have a big problem with the kiddos, and then we won't lead to an outburst. During the escalation phase, after a trigger, emotions start to build. Your body reacts, your heart rate increases, your muscles tense, and thoughts may become more negative or defensive. And sometimes you can't think clearly. That's going to be the agitation and the acceleration phase. Now, when we talk about TBRI, that's going to be more of our structured engagement. And towards acceleration, when you're closer to that outburst or that peak, that's going to be calming engagement. Where earlier in that triggering area, that's going to be more of our playful engagement. So again, triggering is going to be playful engagement with the kiddo. Agitation and acceleration are going to be structured engagement with the kiddo. And then as the acceleration gets closer to a peak outburst, that's going to be calming engagement. So an outburst is the escalation when it's not managed. Anger peaks and may result in an outburst. This can be yelling, aggressive actions, saying things you might regret later, saying hurtful, mean, ugly things, cussing, throwing fits, and even, attacking others. And so we want to make sure that we do early intervention, and we are preventative, and we look for those triggers and agitation. We want to stay kind of around 2 and 3 so we can avoid 4 and 5. But what happens if it gets to an outburst? Then we need to do some calming engagement, sometimes protective engagement. Protective engagement is where we actually have the other children or the audience move away from the child who's very frustrated. And then staff would stay with the child who is frustrated, usually 2 staff, not surrounding them, not making them feel threatened in any way, but just to provide emotional support and teaching them to co-regulate and self-regulate by breathing techniques, walking, and then sometimes sitting down and having a time in. It may be using our calming center. trying to get a young person to use the calming center effectively. Sometimes they want to go to the calming center, but they don't have a concept of how to use it because they've never been there. And that may be where you say, hey, let's go to the calming center. Let me show you how to use that properly. I can see you're very frustrated and I want to talk to you about it, but right now I don't think you can really talk to me about it because, you know, you're in the red. And so we remember we talked about those check engines to understand where we are mentally. And if we're in the blue and we're in the red, we can't think. And so going to that calming corner, that calming center, or going for a walk on the right track, or whatever we're going to do to burn up that energy, if we can go burn down some of that energy and some of that fight or flight, dread emotion, then we can have that opportunity to talk to a child to get them to a calming phase where we can see what the real problem was. What was that trigger? What was that agitation? What are those things and how did that break down? Letting the kids see the stages of the escalation, what behaviors they had at each stage, and how we can identify how to calm down in the future, which is that number 6, the de-escalation. On the recovery phase, a child who's been crying for a while may need a drink. They may need a snack. They may need to lay down. They may need to cool down. Sometimes they might even need to take a nap if they're so overwhelmed, especially little children. But it's important during the recovery phase that we go back and debrief with the child about what happened and how to prevent that in the future, and letting them feel supported and recognizing them and giving them praise for being able to regain self-control. So how do we explain anger to our kids? Anger is an emotion. When I feel angry, I may feel irritable, tense, and anxious. I may also have negative thoughts. Anger is not bad, and it serves a function. Although anger might be an unpleasant emotion, anger is not really bad. Anger is a helpful emotion, and it has 2 important jobs. We want the kids to know that. When we're angry, it communicates with you by making your body react to let you know that something is wrong or bothering you. So that puts you in that fight or flight mode. And it charges you with the energy you need to help fix what is wrong or do something about the situation. And so it gives you that burst of energy to work on getting you out of a dangerous situation. We all feel angry sometimes. Parents do, caregivers do, staff, teachers, siblings, friends, everybody feels angry at some times. It's important to let kids know and share an example that's appropriate of a situation where you felt angry too and you were able to get self-control. Good news, we can learn ways to help us control our anger. Sometimes we will need to solve the problem on our own. Sometimes we will not be able to fix what's bothering us or know exactly what's causing these feelings. In those cases, we can still learn ways to control our anger. We can share examples or situations where we were able to cope with anger on our own or where we needed to get help from another adult or another person. Often we can talk to kids about breathing techniques or counting slowly from 10 to 1 or from 1 to 10. Breathing techniques, counting slowly, pacing, doing a wall push, pacing or walking, sometimes journaling, sometimes going to the calming center and just kind of letting yourself be and calm down to get your mind off things is important to learn to let go of anger. Being able to use our words to talk about our needs, our wants, and what we're feeling can help resolve issues. When we're angry and we're yelling, screaming, crying, people don't know what we want, and so it's important to use our words. So by us teaching kiddos how to understand anger, we can teach them how to cope with some of these triggers and accelerators to where they can de-escalate the stress in their bodies and use their words to verbalize what they need so we can better meet their needs and help them, teaching them to ask for help and recognizing them for their positive changes in behavior. So what does anger look like? What's that spectrum of anger? I really like this graph because it shows that there are 2 sides to the anger spectrum. On top, we see the red flags, those things that trigger our anger. We've got triggering situations, warning signs, distorted thoughts, and then alert signs. Alert signs are when we are out of control. Notice that we are irritated, upset, angry, in a rage, and out of control from 1 to 10. It's important to talk to kids to let them know, can you identify where you are on this spectrum, on the levels of anger? Triggering situations usually occur between 1 and 3. 3 to 5, you're upset. 5 to about 6, you are angry. 7 and 8, you're in a rage. And of course, 9 and 10, you're out of control. Anger management skills. How do we teach those? Well, we need to teach kids to plan ahead. When we see triggering situations and we start to feel irritated, we plan ahead. What can we do to calm ourselves down? Can we avoid people that bother us? Can we practice breathing techniques? Can we use our words and ask people to be kind or to share? There are so many things that trigger us that it would be difficult to list them all on this training. It's kind of something that you experience while you're on shift and working with the children. You can even practice this with yourself so you can see what's triggering you in your own life that makes you irritated. And how do you plan ahead to calm yourself down? Let's say we're already upset. There's some warning signs that we're upset because we're breathing heavy and we're kind of panting and we're kind of pacing and we feel like we're sweating and our heart's racing a little bit. What do we do? In anger management, we can teach kids to deep breathe. Breathing techniques. Remember that square breathing, that dragon breathing where you breathe in and then breathe out. Taking some good, clean, healthy, big breaths. Also, you can do slow countdown from like 1 to 10, 10 to 1, 1 to 5. Whatever you choose and whatever works for you is best. There's no clear-cut way. Also, you can do calming thoughts if you're angry or in a rage. If you're having distorted thoughts and things are not reasonable, sometimes you can think some calming thoughts, maybe even go into the calming station to prevent yourself from being angry and in a rage. But if you can't, then that may be the point where you have to ask for an adult's help to come in and help you with calming thoughts. And that could be taking a walk and talking it out, doing a time in and sitting by staff, and taking some time to sit quietly and think, and then practice using your words. Sometimes you're so frustrated that even just finding one word so the staff can kind of help guess what's going on is good for us. And being sure and thanking the young person for using their words to help us identify what's making them so frustrated or what their needs are at this time. When you have alert signals and you're out of control, we've got to leave the scene. That means if a young person is so aggressive they're having an out of control outburst, we need to get the rest of the children to safety, leaving 2 staff behind to make sure that those staff are able to secure the scene and work with that young person to calm down. As a reminder, we're not restraining them in any way. We're not locking them in any space. We are there just to verbally talk to them and try to encourage them to regain self-control and being supportive of them. And so we will practice more of that through the different stages of our TBRI that we learn to how to work with children who are experiencing trauma. Children who have experienced trauma need more support. And so when we have our stages of engagement, it will kind of help us work through that. And so again, our stages of engagement are playful engagement when the issue is minor, that 1 and 2 triggering situation. In those warning signs, that 3 and 4, we might have to have some more structured engagements, maybe even 5, we might have structured engagement. Then we return to playful engagement. When we're at 6 and 7 and 8, we're going to be in calming engagement. But when we go into 8, 9, and 10, we're in protective engagement. And again, we need to make sure that the child is safe, the environment is safe, and the other children are safe. While we stay with that child, we don't leave that child, and we try to make sure that they have that ability to calm down, self-regulate, maybe co-regulate with the staff, and talk through these issues. Oftentimes when you remove the audience alone, that helps the problem to where the youth can save face and calm down. Always remember, when a child calms down, allow them the time to debrief and go over what they were experiencing and how we could do things differently next time. Licensed facility reporting requirements. Any incident that meets the reporting requirements established must be reported immediately to a supervisor. Staff who are deemed abusive to youth will be reported to CPS. Case managers and administrative staff will do a report to DFPS licensing for any violations of our no restraint behavioral intervention policy. Again, just like that hand with the no symbol on top of it, we do not do restraints. No physical restraints, which would use our hands to hold a child in any way to keep them from having a tantrum. Again, we did talk about some instances where we would hold a child's hand to walk across the street, but that's a total different circumstance than holding a child who's 5 or 6 and older from having a tantrum. We're not going to do that type of intervention. Also, we're not going to use mechanical restraints or physical restraints or mechanical restraints or medical restraints, and we don't lock kids in spaces. So these are all things that would be reported as a form of violation of our restraint and behavioral intervention policy. If staff were to do anything that's deemed abusive, that would also be turned in as a form of child abuse. So per our company policy, we are a no restraint facility. We honor that by making sure that we are the least restrictive environment that offers positive reinforcement to help children change their behaviors without some form of physical or negative or inhumane treatment. Least restrictive emergency behavior intervention through the use of TBRI, which is trust-based relational intervention, engagement strategies. And so helpful strategies for TBRI level responses. This is where we put both things in motion. Keep in mind that children who come from challenging backgrounds, such as those who were adopted or in foster care or homeless or experienced abuse or neglect or struggle with attachment issues, often struggle to express themselves, which can erode in their sense of safety and trust in adults. It's crucial to respond effectively to their behaviors, matching their level of response to the situation at hand. Overreacting to minor issues can only escalate a child further. Here are some strategies aimed at ensuring children feel heard and supported by safe adults, outlined by the TBRI levels of responses. I've talked about it earlier. During that trigger phase, remember that trigger from the previous outline that we had, the spectrum of anger? We have playful engagement, which is our level 1 issue. We playfully redirect children without interrupting the flow of their interactions. We don't have to pull them aside or embarrass them in front of everybody by correcting them and making a spectacle out of a small situation. We can use a playful tone to encourage them to communicate their needs more effectively. Like, use your words. Can you please say that with respect? Let's do a redo and try that again. Consistency in using this approach can significantly reduce behaviors over time and strengthen the caregiver-child relationship. With our little kids, one of the things that I see more often is having the inability to share a toy. Often I'll take the toy and I'll say, hey guys, this toy is struggling with the ability to share. It needs to understand that we have to take turns. And so you've had it, Billy, for a few minutes. I'm going to let you have it for 2 more minutes. So that would be about 5 minutes. And then when you're done with your next 2 minutes, we're going to share and let Jacob play with it for 5 minutes. And then when Jacob's turn's over, it'll go back to you, Billy, if you would like that. Or it can actually go to Tom over there. Letting the children know that sharing is important, there's a time limit, and also that we all have to be equal in sharing. When the children share, then we say, oh, great job, Billy, great job, Jacob, for sharing, and then give them a high five. That's kind of that playful engagement concept, being consistent and letting the kids know that we're all part of the process. Then there's that structured engagement. Remember, to where we were kind of more agitated, more disruptive, getting your heart's racing, you're breathing a little bit, you're getting a little frustrated. So what do we do with that structured engagement level 2? Well, number one, we're still going to have a softer tone to our voice. We're going to slow down our speech a little bit. We're going to kind of keep our eyes warm, but we're going to have a little bit more firmness in trying to direct the flow of our requests for behavior change with the kiddos. So we're going to pause the situation and adopt more of a structured tone without resorting to yelling. So we're not yelling across the room. We're not calling a kid out. We're not, lecturing them in any way. We're just trying to stop what's going on. And so like if a kid is throwing a book, we might say, hey Billy, can you hold that book for me so I can come look at it, instead of saying, hey Billy, quit throwing those books, and then yelling across the room at Billy. Then we're going to offer two choices. Sometimes in that particular instance, I like to use book throwing as an example because it happens, where kids grab things and throw them. We can offer two choices. One is, hey Billy, we need to quit throwing the books, and then you're going to need to pick them up, or you can quit throwing the books and I can help you pick them up. And so that lets the child know that you're going to be there with them, and you're going to want to work them through this anger process. So one is a choice and two is a compromise, and then let Billy make that decision. He may want to stop throwing the books and pick them up himself, or he may want to stop throwing the books and pick them up with you. And as you're talking, as a form of interaction and distraction, you can say, oh, I really love this book. Billy, do you like this book? Do you like to read this book? Hey, tell me what's going on with you and what happened here to cause you to make you want to throw these books. Were you mad at the books? Were you mad at something else? Are you hungry? Are you thirsty? What's going on with you? Trying to empower Billy to use his words to make healthy decisions by not throwing books, and to use his voice constructively rather than the action of throwing books to get that opportunity to get his needs met. So once we pick all the books up, we can do a behavioral redo and say, now, Billy, let's go back to that problem originally, and let's say that problem stemmed from Billy said that somebody else always gets to go first and they never get to go first, and so they were mad and they threw a fit and started throwing books because staff didn't realize that for the last 3 days Sarah has gotten to go first and Billy has not gotten to go first, and it's agitated him. And so it's important sometimes that little problem can be easily resolved by saying, who went first yesterday, guys? Can y'all tell me that? That is so simple for us to do with the kids. Who went first yesterday? So then I would know who needs to go first today. So doing those behavioral redos, helping reinforce positive behaviors and building trust, and then complimenting the children for changes in their behavior. That's that structured engagement level. Calming engagement, boy, that's when the kid's angry, we're already revved up. Like if we were that volcano, it's the lava is to the top. It's not shooting out, but boy, it's very, very close. It's very, very close to where it's dangerous. But right now, it could overflow and get dangerous if we don't do something fast. So that calming engagement, that level 3, again, we're still going to have a firm voice, but not yelling. We're going to talk a little slower because kids are frustrated and they can't hear us because their brains are all worked up and their bodies are all worked up. So we need to assist the children in regulating their emotions with adult support. That may be breathing techniques. That may be taking a walk. That may be doing a time in. That may be using our calming center and going through the calming center with them and going through how we use some of those different activities. But always making sure that we don't just drop the ball and leave it there. We've got to implement a time in approach to kind of keep that child close to us rather than isolating them or making them get away from other people. We don't say go to your room or anything like that. We don't say you go over there and sit in timeout because that's punitive and punishing, and we're not going to do that. We're wanting them to be with us, to bond with us, to connect with us. So you come over here, Billy, and sit with me, and let's have an opportunity to breathe and calm down, maybe here in this calming center. And then once that kind of works for us, then we're going to talk about this and we're going to collaborate with our children and adolescents to creating what might help calm them down in the future when they feel overwhelmed and they want to retreat or they want to throw a fit. So that way we can almost cap off that lava flow, that volcano from spewing fire and admitting an overreaction. We want the kids to have that self-control to prevent that from happening. Protective engagement, again, it's already too late. We didn't intervene fast enough. And so since we didn't intervene fast enough, now we're having to be protective. We reserve this level situation involving violence or aggression where the child's safety is at risk. So we need to get all the other kids away, get the audience away. Again, 2 staff are there to offer support and reassurance for that young person who is having an outburst and an extreme aggressive moment. We want to use reassuring phrases to them to comfort the child and let them know that we understand that they're mad and we would like to know why they're mad, but they need to use their words and not their bodies in action to express their emotion, and that we want to help them. We're here to help them. And we want to understand where they're coming from, and we want to help solve this problem. We want to seek appropriate training to prioritize the child's needs over disciplinary measures. So then we're not punishing, we're not sending them to bed early, we're not taking all their stuff away, we're not doing any of these punitive type things. We're just trying to let the child know we're here for them. We want to help them calm down, whether it be through going from protective engagement by removing all the other kiddos, then dropping down to calming engagement and going to the calming center and breathing and relaxing and trying to work through that emotion, or walking and pacing and kind of trying to walk and pace till we can slowly walk slowly and then sit together by asking the child to sit down with you and rest a minute and do a time in, maybe get a drink, something to eat, ask them if they're tired. And then trying to work through what emotions were brought to the surface and what was that underlying trigger behind their behaviors of getting angry. Understanding the core principles of TBRI. Remember that triangle back in the beginning? It had 3 main components. Let's talk about them. I want to talk first about the empowering principles, because we actually use these a lot with our kiddos, which to me are meeting kind of some of those basic needs. The focus on meeting the physical environment needs of the children to create a sense of felt safety, that's an important word for us today, and help them learn to regulate their own bodies and brains. How does it help kids? How does empowering help kids? How does felt safety help kids? Children who've experienced trauma may have unmet physical needs, or they feel unsafe by ensuring access to food, drink, and regular activities, and by providing predictability through consistent routines, consistent rules, consistent schedules. Empowering principles help prepare their bodies and brains for learning and growth. Taking a bath at a certain time, going to bed at a certain time. Sometimes children are afraid of the dark, and just having that access to a nightlight, knowing that the graveyard shift or the night shift is there watching over them at night to keep them safe so nobody's going to hurt them, and doing those bed checks. That's a wonderful opportunity for them. And if they wake up in the middle of the night, being able to go out into the hallway and see staff there waiting for them to be reassuring and kind and empowering them to see what's going on, and if do they need a drink, do they need something to snack on, is there something going on, and just trying to be there and comfort them to help them get going back to bed and feeling safe. And so making sure when we're outside playing, again, food and drink. Kiddos who have wasted too much energy and they're excited and they're hyper, being able to go outside and exercise and burn that energy up effectively. A lot of the times in training with TBRI and with staff in general, I'll talk about don't do the same activity over and over and over again. Just having the kids play in the centers is boring. Just having kids watch TV is boring. Just having kids play video games is boring. And that's why we have a gym and a playground and a game room and an art room and a right track. And that's why we have our ability to have the physical activities with our tumble mats and our scooter boards and our field day activities. When you diversify the activities, it enriches the kids and empowers them at a higher level. So it's very important as a staff to work together as a team to plan enriching, fun daily activities for the kiddos. It's challenging for administrative staff to just plan those out for you because we don't know what you particularly are good at, and the vibes of the kids and what they're good at the time when they come in. That kind of happens during your shift. And so being able to know what you want to try and what you want to work with is good with the kiddos. One thing I like to do with kiddos on empowering them is when we go to the game room, I'm like, everybody pick a board game this week. And, we're going to take an opportunity to try one new board game a week, and we're all going to get to play it and try something new. That's the same thing with the art room. That's the same thing with outdoor activities. Try something new. Everybody gets an opportunity to try something new and be a leader and be successful at something. Another thing is that connecting. Remember that connecting principle, which is really our base, the bottom part of our triangle. And so connecting principle, it's keeping us stable. The focus on building strong, nurturing relationships between caregivers and children, promoting empathy, trust, and a sense of belonging. If kids feel a sense of connection, they're not afraid. If kids feel a sense of connection, they know their needs are going to be met. And so if kids feel a sense of connection, they're more apt to change their behavior and to listen to staff. So how does it help the kids? Meaningful connection addresses the children's attachment needs. Activities like child-led play, healthy touch, which is kind of like a side hug with permission, or a high five, or a fist bump, or a pat on the back. Sometimes with little kids, a little stroke of their forehead or something like that. And consistent attention helps stimulate our pleasure receptors in our body in a healthy way. It reduces stress hormones, and it builds a secure attachment, vital to healing for development. And so that's very important with that connecting principles. And we often change our group leaders and we move our group leaders around because we want our children to build a healthy, supportive relationship with multiple adults. Because when they go to school, their teachers change. When they go throughout life, their employers are going to change, or their coworkers are going to change. So we want children to learn how to develop healthy relationships on multiple levels that are effective and good for them. Another thing is our correcting principles. Remember, it was at the top of our pyramid. And correcting, this aspect aims to disarm fear-based behaviors by addressing the child's needs in the moment without punishment. Okay, let's say that again. By addressing the child's needs in the moment with a quick response, right? Without punishment, focusing on teaching a new appropriate behavior. Like we learned earlier, how does it help the kids? Instead of punishment, our TBRI, which is our trauma training, our treatment modality that we work with kiddos, it uses strategies like the redos, giving a chance to try something again, to be successful, making those two choices, one choice and a compromise on a choice. So you get two choices. One is a choice that I've given you, and one is where you can compromise and share power with me to help me make a decision, and a choice that you're willing to work with. To help children learn from their mistakes in a way that builds trust and connection. This goal is to teach children new skills and help them choose the right behaviors, rather than reinforcing behavior change through fear-based responses. Our goal is not to get the children to fear us, but to want to change on their own and to feel good about it. So how does TBRI help children thrive? Well, in our emergency behavior intervention plan, we chose to lace TBRI within our plan because we not only want to learn about patients, but it had a better structure, an overall format for helping staff recognize how trauma impacts children's behavior and how a punishment-based system fails children who've experienced trauma. So, TBRI fosters felt safety. And so what is that? It consistently meeting the needs and creating predictable environment for the kiddos. It helps children feel safe, which is crucial for healing from trauma. So when children come into our environment, they're here, they're going to know we take a bath every day. We get to eat 3 meals a day. We have snacks every day. We get to have nice clean sheets and beds to sleep in. And the staff are outside our bedrooms to do bed checks on us to make sure we stay safe in these bedrooms. No one's going to hurt us in any way. They help us with homework. They help us learn how to play with toys effectively. They help us learn how to self-regulate and to co-regulate sometimes with help, to help us use the calming centers and things like that and know how to unwind our anger. And so that felt safety builds attachment. Connection principles strengthens the bonds between children and their caregivers, giving them, the children, a secure base from which to explore the world and themselves. We often get kiddos here who've never had an opportunity to play with certain toys, and they wouldn't even know how they work, and they won't even try because they don't want to look stupid. And so we got to let kids know. I like to use let's say Scrabble as an example. I'll tell kiddos, Miss Sheila here suffers from dyslexia, and so sometimes I spell things the wrong way, and I don't mean to, but I struggle with spelling, so I use a dictionary to help me during Scrabble. And so sometimes I ask if somebody wants to be my partner, and we work together as one person to play this game, especially if they're willing to help me learn how to spell better. And so I usually pick a kid who's also a poor speller, and that way they have that opportunity to play the game, knowing that they're going to have support and they can feel confident with that and no one will make fun of them. That's just another way to build that attachment. And that's the same thing as like working in the craft room or doing some arts and crafts. Some kids are so terrified to do art because they're afraid of making mistakes. And I love to tell them there are no mistakes in art. It's just art. And so that's fun to see kids have that opportunity to express themselves through an artistic approach, which is it's a resilient skill. And they get that opportunity to learn that when they were afraid of doing it beforehand. So what does that do? What does that do overall? It teaches regulation. And so through co-regulation, that's us showing kids how to regulate, children learn how to understand and manage their own physical and emotional states, which is a learned skill that can be impaired by trauma. They don't know how to do it. Then that teaches them to self-regulate, which then reshapes behavior. The correcting principles help children understand that their behaviors is often a communication of an unmet need. And by responding with connection and teaching new skills, TBRI helps rewrite their old fear-based responses. I love the motto of the mantra of TBRI, and it's really about staff. And so if we look at that little purple square there, staff have to stay calm no matter what. When trouble arises and kids are frustrated and there's a conflict, staff have to, number one, be mindful of themselves and stay calm no matter what. Then they need to see the need in the child behind that behavior. See what's going on. Why are they crying? Why are they yelling? Why are they withdrawn? Why are they throwing things? What is going on behind that behavior? What is that need that they are having trouble verbally expressing? And then we've got to meet that need. What if they're hungry? What if they're thirsty? What if they're sad? What if they're lonely? What if they're angry? What if they're embarrassed? So we have to find a way to meet that need. And most importantly, don't quit. If it's not you, then who? If it's not working this way, try another way. We may have to go from from a redo to deep breathing to walking it off to going to the calming center to having other children get out of the way just so this child can have a private moment to decompress and kind of get themselves together. There are so many different stages, and it doesn't happen in a second. So we can't expect, playful engagement or structured engagement or calming engagement to work in an instant like a magic wand or a magic button or a magic pill. We have to be patient and not quit and stay there with the child until they learn how to regain self-control. Understanding behavior management. Staff must be able to select behavior management strategies or an approach that is appropriate for the child, their behavior, and the setting. Not every child is the same. They have different developmental levels, different backgrounds, and the circumstances which upset them are different within themselves. If they're upset with a kid versus being upset with a parent not showing up for visitation, those are two totally different things that would set a kid off. So you have to look at multiple levels when doing behavior management. To select an effective response that's appropriate to the level of the risk posed by the behavior, staff must understand the following management concepts. Number one, challenging behavior may be an indication of the child's need for a greater positive adult support and attention. Sometimes kids misbehave just because they are not being paid attention to. A child may break rules in a premature effort to assume responsibility rather than defiance of adult authority. And so sometimes they break rules to avoid things. Adults may still provide effective guidance when they do the following things. These are very important. Allow the child to make mistakes as part of the learning process. Have them, what would you do? And once they do it, if that's not effective, if that didn't work, then talk about it and ask them what would they do differently now that they know that that was not effective. What do? You ask for a redo. If a child needs more guidance, try it again. Do a redo, but ask for it in a positive way. You got to make sure that when you ask a child to do a redo, it's playful, but not sarcastic and condescending. Don't have that kind of hateful, ha-ha tone to your voice. Make sure it's positive and reinforcing. And allow the child to learn by experiencing the natural consequences of the behavior. Like, for example, if a child, doesn't want to go to bed early and they're struggling to go to sleep, we want to look at the behavior behind that. So they're afraid of the dark. They might not need a nightlight. In the past, people were like, oh, that child's having trouble going to bed. Maybe they need to go to bed earlier. That doesn't make sense. They're already having trouble going to bed. Trying to send them to bed earlier just makes that fight longer. And so that doesn't make sense. Another appropriate consequences be like, as the seasons change in Texas, we can have 5 seasons all in 1 week. But if the seasons change in Texas and it's hot today and you want to go out in an outfit that's too hot, that's not a good concept. You're going to sweat, you're going to be miserable. So it might be better to be dressed appropriately for the weather that we're currently experiencing. We often get that where kids say, I don't want to take my jacket. Well, we know it's going to rain, or we know the weather's going to be bad. Sometimes they just have to experience that, especially if they're a bigger kid and they're just drawing their line in the sand saying, I'm not going to take my jacket. Then that natural consequence would be to be cold, But if it's a little kid, we're not going to necessarily take that battle on because they really need help making decisions. But for the most part, we want to be encouraging and not argumentative with kids to try to get them to make the right choice for themselves. And it could boil down to, in that instance with the jacket, that the jacket that the child has, they're embarrassed by their jacket or they don't like their jacket. Sometimes you can say, hey, would you like to go to the clothing shed and find a different jacket if you're not willing to wear that jacket? Is there something that you might want differently? And then using that as their second choice, they might say, gosh, yes, I don't like my jacket, or my jacket's embarrassing, And so we just didn't take that time to take that extra step to determine that. And so that's very important with our kiddos. Positive activities such as shooting hoops or journaling, writing, it can actually help a child redirect excess energy or anger. Breathing techniques, walking, stretching, yoga can be helpful. And oftentimes kids don't want to do things on their own. They want you to do it with them. Sometimes if kids are super creative, in the past with positive activities, we've done like vision boards and things like that with magazines or drawing and crafts, and sometimes even getting like a canvas if children are literate and they can write using Sharpies and kind of writing positive words or positive things that we want to happen to our lives all over a canvas, and being able to put that in our room and see it every day is important for young people to, have some coping skills that they know that work better for them and they can see them every day. Challenging behaviors can often be redirected by using active listening and verbal de-escalation techniques. Again, back in TBRI, we learn playful engagement, choices and compromises. We learn about redos and improve communication through life value terms like no hurts, being gentle and kind, and using their words. Practicing those and using them consistently as a routine and a ritual for staff will help the kids understand if we're all saying the same things, if we're all doing the same things to help a child control their behavior, they're going to learn better because we are all providing the same structured support. Early intervention with risky behaviors may be necessary to prevent further acting out and reduce the risk of harm to other children and to the child themselves. That's why the TBRI, trauma-based relational intervention, is our ideal response. And the ideal response is actually part of that TBRI as well, talking about addressing triggers and early onset behavior issues early. And we're going to cover that here in a little bit. All behavior change strategies selected must be appropriate to the child's ability to understand. Good communication is key here, and practicing positive change through redos is very helpful. And again, whenever a child is willing to do a redo, say thank you for doing that redo, and thank you for making a better effort to do this differently, honoring that. Greater objectivity and effectiveness may be gained by consulting with another team member in selecting a strategy. Like if you're having trouble just reaching a kid, connecting to a kid, and working with a kid, find another staff member who's better connected to that kiddo than you. Staff should be mindful of themselves and know when you need to ask a coworker for help if you feel dysregulated and the youth feels dysregulated. You never want to redirect a youth when you also feel angry. Remember, back to that purple square, stay calm. Be alert, be mindful of yourself, and always, always ask a coworker for help if you need it. The only time we would question that is if you're asking a coworker for help all the time, and then it shows you can't self-regulate and you can't do behavior modification in an effective way. And so sometimes it's just going to be a kid doesn't connect with us, and that's understandable. But for the most part, if we are practicing our EBI the right way and using all the things we learned about how to deal with children and trauma through our TBRI responses, we should be effective with behavior management in our kids. What do challenging situations with children look like? Children and teens from hard places. What is a hard place? Adoption, abuse, ones who have attachment issues, the homeless kids, the runaway kids. They often lose their voice, and with it, their feelings of safety and trust in adults. Responses to challenging situations with children should be efficient. The response should match the situation. Over-responding to some minor challenges with kiddos can push a child into a more severe behavioral reaction. Just kind of nitpicking a kid or riding a kid or nagging a kid. That's what we're talking about when you were talking about over-responding. The following strategies teach children that safe adults are listening and hearing their voice. TBRI levels of response outline what we can do differently in challenging situations with our kiddos. Back to that playful engagement, that level 1. Redirect children without breaking stride. An example would be, would you like to try that again with respect? Are you asking me or telling me? In a playful tone or voice, and smiling with warm, kind eyes. Having kind of like your customer service voice, or your voice like you're a kindergarten teacher, a sweet kindergarten teacher. This way you are teaching the children to use their words with a safe adult who can meet their needs, and returning their voice to their voice they lost through their history of harm. Using it consistently, trying to stay on the level 80% of the time, playful engagement can reduce misbehaviors dramatically over time because it strengthens a relationship between children and caregivers. And so sometimes just saying, hey, I know you can do that. You did a great job last time. I know you can again. And be supportive, and once they do follow through with what you've asked them to do, give them that high five, give them that fist bump, give them that pat on the back and say, hey, thank you. Thank you for responding to what I asked you to do, and thank you for following through with that in a healthy way. Structured engagement. Remember, the children are agitated, they're frustrated, their heart's racing, they are showing signs of anger. What do we do in structured engagement? We pause the situation. We use a more structured voice. We lower the tone of our voice, and we have a firmer tone, but we're not yelling. We're not making harsh eyes at the child. We're not screaming from across the room, but we're close to the child. And we're going to offer some choices. We're going to offer 2 choices. And one of them is going to be a compromise. This provides a concrete, quick way to get the children back on track. Again, in this way, we are guiding the child to use their voice and their words to be heard rather than their old survival strategies of screaming, hollering, fit throwing, or running away. Choices, what do they look like? Look at that hand. Can we all show our fingers there with the two choices, a peace symbol? We want peace, so we're offering two choices to provide that peace. Offer children appropriate amounts of control. It should contain two options that both the caregiver and the child can be happy with. Let's repeat that. It should contain two options, that both the caregiver, staff, and the child can be happy with. That should not contain a right and a wrong answer. Have we all grew up with that? It's my way or the highway, right? Don't budge from the two choices, but if the child wants to get that compromise, allow it on that choice number 2. So what is a compromise? A compromise allows the children to offer a different choice and share power. They are ways that allow children to make decisions while the caregiver is still in charge. We can still say, no, that was a good offer for a compromise, but we can't really go with that one at this time. Could we think of another one that's more realistic? Help children trust that their needs are heard and will be met when possible. Use behavioral redos. Remember how this is 80% successful if used effectively with playful engagement. This helps children feel successful. They get to walk through the motions to make the right choice and redo it. And that creates good muscle memory so the child can remember how to do it correctly next time. For younger children, a physical redo is appropriate. However, with adolescents, a simple verbal redo can be good. Just saying, hey, how could you do that differently? And could you walk me through that verbally? It's more appropriate because we don't want to risk shaming them. We don't want a big kid to do a redo unless you're going to do something fun, like we talked about earlier in the training where a kid missed throwing it in the trash can and they were going to walk away with trash on the ground. And I said, hey, Billy, come over here and let's do a redo on that. Why don't you pick up your trash and I'm going to throw my trash away and you and I can shoot for 2 points and see who can hit the basket. And that makes it more fun and Billy's more willing to go along with it. Remember how teenagers are a little bit different than little kids and they you're more at risk to shaming them and they're more at risk to not wanting to, especially with those tweens and teens, not willing to do that physical redo, and it can kind of escalate them, so be careful of that and be mindful of it. They can do a verbal redo of what you want them to talk about and go through the motions verbally. Let's look at calming engagement. That level 3, a child is crying, they're frustrated, they're fighting over a toy. Allow the children to regulate with adult assistance. Remember those breathing techniques? Remember that we can do a time in. Use a time in and keep children close rather than sending them away, as in traditional timeouts. We don't do timeouts here. This lets them know that you're here for them to give them support and guidance. I'm going to sit here with you until you're ready to talk to me. And so we can sit here quietly and I'm going to be here by your side for a time in. And when you're ready to talk, we can kind of go through what went on earlier today when you were frustrated. And if they're saying, hey, I don't want to sit here or I don't want to be here, then offer that calming corner. Offer that ability, if we have it, to go outside and take a walk or even sometimes to walk within the building. The way both of our buildings are structured, it gives us some room to walk around. In particular for adolescents, it's an essential element that the adult and the teen create a plan together for calming engagement. And really, I say adolescents, that means tweens and teens, making it clear that the adult is not punishing the child, but rather supporting, coaching, and mentoring them. I often tell kids, hey, can you come over here? You're not in trouble. I just want to talk to you. And by saying you're not in trouble, gives them the understanding that I realize things are going awry here. Like you're frustrated and things are kind of out of control, but you're not in trouble. I want to help you work through this. And then work out a predetermined quiet or calm place for the adolescent can go to calm down when they're overwhelmed. That may be the calming center. That may be, they may choose to go to their room and lay down a minute. They may choose to go to their room and journal or something like that or listen to music. And that's okay. But we got to make sure that that meets all the safety standards for that kid and their service plan. So that's considering, are they suicidal? And if they go to their room, where are all the other children while that kid's taking a break in their room? We got to make sure they also don't go down that hallway. And we also have to provide checks on that kid frequently. We want to make plans for items that will calm the kids, such as a weighted item or calming music or scented items. We do things that the child understands as calming to them. Once the child is calm, we can offer a redo, but we want to offer, like again with those adolescents, a verbal redo when necessary. Protective engagement. That's our level 4. We reserve the use of this level for violence or aggression only. When the child is being unsafe, the child is in their survival brain, try not to talk too much because they can't hear or understand you anyway. Repeat things like, it's okay, I'm here, you're safe. You may need to seek formal training, and that's what we do in this particular circumstance. We want to talk about making sure that we accept and recognize that our facility is a non-restraint facility. We might need administrative support, but most importantly, we want to get the other kids out of the way. We frequently end this level by asking the child, once they've calmed down, what do you need? And then help them understand that we are listening and that they don't need survival skills to meet their own needs, but rather we are here to help them meet their needs. Sometimes they're afraid for their safety. Sometimes they're hungry. Sometimes they're thirsty. Sometimes they're just worn out emotionally. But letting them know that we're here from them is a big step. Our children must be solid, connected, and able to return to playful engagement before level 4 is completed. After a child has calmed down, we need to make sure that the other children are safe with them coming back into the group and they feel safe going back into the group. They save face, so to speak. We don't want the other kids to bring up their outburst in a taunting or a make fun kind of way. And we want the other kids to know that this child now understands that that makes everyone uncomfortable when they do that, and they recognize a different way to do things in the future. When using protective engagement, this level of response, you are indirectly asking, can you use your words and not your behavior to tell me what you need? I'm here listening and I want to help you. Don't worry too much about remembering all the different levels that we've talked about and deciding which level to use. They're guidelines. And what we've got to understand is you're in the moment. So you start always at playful engagement and kind of work your way through them. Always knowing that if you've gotten to the point where it's violence and aggression, we have to, of course, get all the other children out of the way and get the audience out of the way so we can focus on the one child who's struggling the most. It's more important to give the kids a voice and a mentor, a teacher, a coach, and to let them know that we're here to simply connect with them. We're to figure out what they need, meet the need, and guide the children into getting that needs met in an appropriate way. Our goal is always to return to playful engagement with the kid, not holding a grudge. Not only should the behavior have changed, but the children and adults should also feel content and connected after a behavioral episode. We shouldn't feel frustrated and anxious, and we shouldn't feel resentful. We want to make sure that everyone is, again, content and connected after a behavioral episode. That way we've debriefed with them and we've figured out a better plan for behavior management, behavior control, self-regulation in the future with that child based on the occurrence or the trigger that caused them to have the outburst. Staff who have emergency behavior intervention awareness recognize events that can contribute to a crisis. They are alert. They are not only mindful of themselves, they're mindful of our environment. They are constantly assessing the physical environment for risks. Are there not enough toys out? Are kids not sharing? Are the kids getting bored? When kids get bored and they get tired of the same old activities, they become aggressive. And so assessing those different things in our physical environment to better meet the kids' needs. If kids all have a high energy, should we sit down and watch a relaxing movie? No, that's not going to relax them. They've got to burn up energy. We've got to use good judgment there. Maybe it's time to go outside and play in the fresh air to burn up some energy, then come back and watch a movie that's more relaxing and more restful. And so also assessing personal responses to challenging behaviors. Are we ourselves responding in the right way? Are we responding with apprehension? Are we responding with fear? Are we responding with anxiety? Are we over responding? Is another coworker over responding? Are they ignoring too much, or are they over responding too much? Both of those things equally are not good for children. Verbal and nonverbal de-escalation strategies are important. Being able to talk to a child, but also maintaining that nonverbal positive face, not having mean eyes or hurtful eyes, or watching your demeanor so you're not hovering over a child. We want to have that behavior matching. And so where we're sitting down with the kid if they're sitting, or walking with the kid if they're walking, but we're not looking confrontational with them. And selecting an intervention strategy that's appropriate to the situation. You don't want to go to protective strategies when it just really needs a playful engagement strategy. Debriefing after the incident with the children and other adults and the rest of the population is good, especially if there was a severe outburst. If kids were throwing a bunch of stuff, screaming, saying they want to kill people and things like that, you have to talk that through. And so you almost have to have a house meeting after we bring that kid back to the group and say, hey, we're coming back in here. Billy needed to have a moment because he was frustrated. And so we figured out what triggered Billy's frustration. Hey, Billy, you might want to share what triggered your frustration, and how can everybody help Billy with his behavior management and help him with some self-regulation so he doesn't get triggered by this. And so sometimes it may include other people who triggered Billy. And then the group can talk about that and talk about how we can improve our felt safety as a group. Also incorporating knowledge gained into our service plan or treatment plan. Anytime we overcome something like this, we want to make sure it goes in the notes so we can track it and so we can actually work towards a healthy behavior modification plan. This is what worked to get the child to take a bath. This is what worked to get the child to not fight with their sibling, things like that. That's important to document in the notes and in the passed down notes and the child's personal notes, and share with our coworkers and case management staff so we can make sure that we address it in the child's service plan. Why should staff use least restrictive EBI? When children are exposed to trauma or toxic stress, the synaptic connections in the brains become rewired, and this affects basic bodily functions like heart rate, breathing, and movement. Also, their basic emotional functions such as personality, decision-making, discerning fear, and social behavior are affected. These basic building blocks of oneself are altered, and these children can easily become dysregulated for a variety of reasons. Dysregulation may look like uncontrollable behaviors, including tantrums or crying fits. These behaviors may also present as acting disobedient or obstinate. If dysregulation occurs without intervention, crisis is often imminent, and targeted interventions are needed to help these youth. Through connecting, empowering, and the correcting principles of TBRI, or trust-based relational interventions, we can combat the effects of trauma and toxic stress that children have sustained. We can lead them toward the path of healing. Learn more about the crisis intervention steps to take within our shelter to emphasize TBRI principles and practices. And we'll actually learn that when we take the TBRI full course after this training. We have to cultivate a calm presence in our building. We do that really through the TBRI connecting phase. TBRI connection strategies use 5 main engagement techniques to build trust and safety. Behavior matching, which is mirroring their actions. For instance, if they're sitting on the couch, we're sitting on the couch. If they're pacing, we're pacing at their same pace. If they're leaning against a wall, we're going to lean against a wall. Also, with behavior matching, especially for new kids and things along those lines, sometimes it's as simple as getting the same snack that they choose, and that way you appear to have a similarity to them. Another one is playful engagement. Engaging with joy and humor with the children. Now notice joy and humor. Sarcastic humor is not the same thing. That has kind of a gritty, kind of mean undertone, so we can't be sarcastic. So we're engaging with joy and humor. So we have warm eyes, a soft, warm voice, and kindness behind what we're saying. We're valuing eye contact, like again, making that warm eye contact. When a child is dysregulated, we're not going to look at them with sharp eyes or angry eyes. We want to make sure that our face is more neutral and more soft. A healthy touch, using supportive, consensual, so like asking if they need a hug, would you like to hold my hand, that kind of thing. But a healthy touch, a pat on the back, a high five, a fist bump. And if a child is frustrated and angry and they don't want to do those things, don't force it. It's something that the child genuinely needs to allow, and it's beneficial to them. But healthy touch is important. A lot of children in our world today do not have positive, healthy touch from one another or another loving, kind adult. And an authoritative voice. When we have to do correction, we need to blend a warmth and structure in our tone and in our organization of speech. So when we have to use corrective voices, authoritative voices, we are still going to have a high nurture content to our voice with also a higher structure to our voice. And so our structure to our content of our voice, of what we're saying. And so I need you to pick that up. Can you do that with respect, please? Especially if you've had to ask that on the second time. But notice I said the word please. I'm not demanding. I'm not, you better do this now, that kind of thing. So I'm really watching how I'm using my voice and the structure of what I'm saying to get the same goals met. These strategies send nonverbal cues of safety, helping children feel connected and encouraging positive behaviors. They don't feel threatened by what we're doing, and they don't feel guilty or shamed for what we're doing. We can connect with our children through approaching their situation with a calm presence. Again, we've talked about that in the earlier part of this training. The most important thing you can do is be mindful of yourself before you speak and act, and be calm. Be flexible in terms of your response, and creative problem solving needs to be used. And so giving those two choices, asking for a redo, participating with them and not just demanding they're the ones that give the action. Maintaining good eye contact, using a firm but caring or authoritative voice, not bossy or militant or nagging or griping or complaining. We're avoiding all those languages. Nothing that would elicit shock or fear, like a yelling or raised voice. Match the behavior of the child. For example, if the child is on the floor sitting, you need to get down there on their level. Now, for staff who can't get down there on their level, we do supply toddler chairs in our building. And sometimes, in days past, I used to have to get a toddler chair before I sat on the floor. But I've been working on it, and now I can sit on the floor just like the children. But make sure that you're there with them and you're interacting with them. Don't put your face in their face, though. They still need that personal space boundary that we often teach to young people. We need to have the same personal space boundary. Make sure your interactions are playful and use a healthy touch, such as a light pat on the shoulder, a side hug, or a high five. Remember, we always want to connect before we correct. Let's repeat that and say it together. We always want to connect before we correct. Otherwise, it doesn't have an impact. There are 5 engagement strategies of connection. Behavior matching. Again, behavior matching is mirroring a child's physical position, mannerisms, or choices like selecting the same food or activity to communicate that they are understood and belong. Playful engagement, interacting with a child in a silly or joyful way to disarm their fear and to create disarming environments. Valuing eye contact, making warm, attentive eye contact to communicate that the child is precious and their words are important. making sure that we don't stare them down or give them evil looks. That's very, very key there. Healthy touch, offering affectionate and appropriate touch, such as a hand on the shoulder, a hug, a side hug, or a high five, always with the child's permission and comfort in mind. Sometimes we'll have boys or girls who like to invent handshakes, and so they want like a magical personal handshake, and that can be challenging for some of us who can't remember those kind of things, but it's a lot of fun if you can get down just a few little hand gestures down to make it feel unique and special to that one child. Authoritative voice. Now, what is that? It's using a voice that's warm, calm, and melodic, kind of like I'm speaking to you now. I'm not speaking in a harsh tone. I'm not speaking in a weak tone, but I'm clear and I'm getting my message across. And we do this to build connection. So it's almost using a teacher voice, a kind teacher voice, not a yelling teacher voice, not a teacher who's out of control, but a sweet teacher voice. I like to think of like images of like, Sunday school teachers or something like that with that little sweet Sunday school vacation Bible school voice that they have sometimes. It's kind of using that kindergarten preschool voice. And you'll see it in the Karen Purvis TBRI videos we watch when we do TBRI. She has a very soothing voice and she practices that and she teaches everyone to kind of make sure that you keep your voice in more of a sweeter tone. Even if a man has a big deep voice, he can have it being more joyful and melodic where it has a sweeter tone to it. Key principles. Create felt safety. Felt safety is very important for our young people. The goal is to ensure that the child feels physically, socially, and psychologically safe, and not just that they are actually safe. So when we say physically safe, we want our environment to be clean and organized. So when we do activities with the children, we pick up afterwards. And we pick up with the children, not just say, hey, y'all pick up your stuff. We pick up with them. Some of my staff even sing like the cleanup songs that they've learned when they had other jobs. And that's kind of fun too. Socially, we want kids to felt safe by feeling as though they belong. They have to feel a sense of connection to the shelter staff, and the other children. When we see that other children are socially isolating another child, we need to step in, be the buddy to that child, and then bring the group more together. You don't have to point out to the other children that they're being socially isolating. We just encourage them to be more part of a group. If it is a true problem, that when we would need to figure out who the leader of the group is, and then pull them aside and have a conversation with them, yet still remaining positive and talking to them about inclusion and being kind to others. We need to meet their needs, understand and provide for the physiological and emotional needs of the kiddos. And so what that means is making sure that we get our 3 meals a day, we get our showers, we get our snacks. And we do 3 meals, 3 snacks a day, but we have access to food round the clock. If a child needs a snack at a different time of day, we need to do that. And we need to be mindful. Some of the problems we noticed in our shelter in the past was staff wanted to have the kids sit and wait for 30 minutes to go to dinner or lunch, and then they're bored and they're frustrated and they're hungry. And so they can smell the food, they can see that it's getting prepared, and they just kind of want to sit in the living room and kind of wait. And kids don't have that wait capability, especially little kids or children with sensory issues or neurodivergent issues. So what we need to do is we need to keep them busy until it's time to transition with those transitional warnings. And if a child just really is on the breaking point of hangry and can't wait, we might need to get them a tiny supplemental snack before dinner. Not enough to spoil their meal, but enough to buy us a little bit of time before the table is set. And then also making sure that we have water and snacks with us when we go outside. When we go outside, it's important to have that ready or be able to go send another staff back to get those things. And be mindful, whenever you're going away to go get those things, go directly there and get the things and come back. Don't take a long break, don't check your phone, don't anything like that, because again, we don't have our phones out while we're here at the shelter. But when you take those times to stall and do other things while the children are waiting, it's frustrating for them, and that can kind of set them off. And so we need to be quick to respond when we're meeting their needs. And also with their emotional needs. If a kid is crying and frustrated and angry, they need comfort. If a kid is sad and crying and upset, well, they need comfort. If a child is so angry that they can't talk and they're throwing things and they're angry and just frustrated and feel disconnected from us, they need comfort. So remember, we need to comfort the children. Ask them, are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Are you tired? Can you tell me about what's going on here? Kind of those 4 things. Let's do that again. Count with me on your fingers. The first one is, are you hungry? The second one is, are you thirsty? The third one is, are you tired? And the last one I want us to talk about is can you tell me what's going on here? Hey, why are you so upset? You look upset. Can you tell me what's behind the upset? Can you tell me with your words what's behind your upset? And even if they can't think of how to explain it, say if you could just tell me one word. Are your feelings hurt? Are you sad? Are you mad because someone did something? Give them some clues without giving them names of the people who might have set them off, and let them come to that ability to use their words to tell you what's going on so you can meet their needs. We need to strengthen attachment, build and strengthen secure attachments and resilience between the child and the caregiver. The way we do that is by our actions. We greet them with positivity. We let them know we care. We ask about their day. And we make sure that we focus on the individual child. And if you notice, once you see the way we transition with our kiddos, we have groups, and you will constantly be able to kind of get a different group. Sometimes in the teen shelter you don't always get a different group, but if we have boys and girls at the same time, then you would get a different group because those groups are smaller. But the main thing is being able to interact with the group you're given, because we want all the kids to realize that you are valuable, and you can make them have felt safety in our building. And so you work with every single child in the building independently, where they understand that they have a caring adult in you as a staff member. We need to focus on connection. Behavior change happens more naturally when there is a strong connection between a child and a caregiver. And so not only do we want to do board games with them, like strengthening our attachments by being active with our groups, not just watching our groups, we're not observers. We want to focus on that connection. So while we're playing a game, we're not just playing a game, we're building people up by complimenting them on the game. We're talking to them about their day and favorite things that they like, trying to not just go through the motions of a board game or go through the motions of a physical activity, but to be encouraging and praising and asking them about their opinions while doing things. That way you build that stronger connection, learning more about each other. Most of all, we want to be mindful. We want to be mindful. Be aware of your own emotions and the child's cues to interact in a way that promotes connection. If you came in and you're tired, you need to honor that and realize, what do you need to do about you're tired before you go on the floor. Or explain to the children ahead of time, I did not sleep well last night, and so I'm a little off. If I'm not as joyful or as attentive today, I'm sorry, I'm just a little off. But owning that so they don't assume that you're angry at them. And also being mindful of if a child is doing something in a way that pushes your buttons, how can you take control of your buttons again and turn them off? Because we need to let the children know that even though their behaviors are not necessarily acceptable or desired, they themselves are acceptable and appreciated and valued in our building. We just have to make sure we separate the behavior from the child, and again, always look for the reason behind that behavior. Creating a safe space. In TBRI, that's our empowering. Our children and teens may struggle with feeling safe, so ensuring our home environment is calm, secure, and predictable is helpful. Okay, let's stop a minute. Let's break that down. Calm, secure, and predictable. Calm would be the overall sensory perception of the shelter. Are the noises at a reasonable level. It's challenging when staff have loud games being played and laughing and talking, some children trying to do a dancing game, or trying to do something with music and dancing, and then some other children trying to do centers in the living room, and then the TV's going on top of that. That's just way too much stimulus there. So what we want to do is we want to have less volume. If we're listening to some music, let's not listen to our music at such a level that we have to scream over it. And so when we're doing dancing and things like that, we want to make sure that we're doing kind of that where it doesn't impede on another group's ability to do their function. Also, with a calm environment, we make sure that we do not do aggressive related sports. We try to keep things that are competition based and aggression based at a positive light. If it looks like it's going negative, then you have to immediately stop the activity because it's just going to get worse. If the kids are taunting each other or making fun of each other, it's not something that we're going to have to allow. A secure environment is something where they can feel safe. They know that no one can threaten them. We're not going to threaten them. No one else is going to threaten them. And the environment itself is clean, picked up, and organized. Predictable. Predictable is a very important characteristic because it deals with how we treat the children as a whole. Are we using our TBI and our EBI in a healthy way? In addition to that, are we also following the routines and schedules of the shelter like we're supposed to? This we see a lot with staff members who fall into a more of a permissive style where they let the children kind of do whatever they want. You can't do that. You're the adult. You're not their buddy. You're not their friend because you're an adult, you're a caregiver. And so you can't just allow the children to roam free in the building unattended because that's when they can get into trouble. We have to know where all the kids are. If we have a rule where we're playing video games for a set amount of time and the staff says, well, it's Saturday, we're going to play video games and have a game off all day. No, that violates our rules. We're not going to do that. And so we need staff who are predictable. They follow our schedules, they follow our routines, and they follow our recommendations. Another error we see on predictability are staff that are like, I like to play Uno, so every time I come on shift, we're always going to play Uno. Well, guess what? It's not about us, right? It's not about us. It's about the children. And so one of the challenges we want to do here with our kiddos is help them grow. So through predictability, we want the children to let them know that you're willing to try new things and you're willing to learn with them as they also learn within the shelter. So being diverse in your board games, being diverse in your arts and crafts, being diverse in your outside time, and number one, being involved with them, not being on your phone, not just chatting it up with a coworker, being fully present. We're not here to just be observers. We're group leaders. A group leader is kind of like a teacher, a mentor, a coach. You are actively with the children as an acting caregiver or in a parent role. So it's important that we are fully present for the children and not off to the sidelines. If the child is used if the child gets used to a certain routine, and this is disrupted, that could cause a major dysregulation. We've got to keep our routines consistent and communicate when a routine may be disrupted. Normally, like sometimes we would say we're going to have quiet time in the middle of the day like we normally do after lunch on a holiday, summertime, or the weekend. And we've planned an outing. So what we have to let the other children know is, today we are going to miss quiet time because we actually have a movie planned. And so we're going away to go to the movies. And so I want everyone to be aware that we will not be having quiet time today because we're going to go to the movies. So it's important to kind of talk that through with the children. We want to be sure to prepare the body and to check and see if the child's properly hydrated, if they're hungry, hot or tired or not feeling well. And so we need to let them know how to identify, is their body prepared for the day? Is their body fully fed at breakfast time? They've had enough drinks, they've gone to the restroom before we go outside and do an activity. Oftentimes, children can easily become dysregulated if one of those things occur. It's as simple as I need a drink. I'm hot and I'm tired because we've played too long outside, the activity went too long, and I didn't have enough to drink. Or it's too close to a meal and I'm hungry and my body knows it's time to eat and so I am hungry. So if dinner is not for another hour, then the children, if the child or the teen says I'm hungry, then get a small snack like we talked about earlier, like a little dill of goldfish or something small, where it wouldn't ruin their meal, but it would also help them regulate and meet their needs. Also be aware of when you regulate one child's needs, often the other children have a similar need, and so don't criticize them for having a need, just meet their needs accordingly. Children who have experienced trauma see negative impacts in sensory regulation, so integrate a sensory activity to help them regulate during this time. During movie time, if kids can't sit still, give them a fidget toy or something like that. Help them through physical activity like wall push-ups or using some kind of sensory calming center like our calming station items. If the children don't know how to use it, or if you don't know how to use it, ask another staff member and let's walk them through that. Let's walk you through that. You need to know how to use these areas. We need to listen to calm music at a lower level, and we need to make sure that our lighting is not really high when we're frustrated. If all the lights are turned on everywhere, and we're really having high energy or some sensory dysregulation, it's better to maybe bring down some of those lights. Often in our living rooms or in our dining room area of both buildings, we have big picturesque windows. And so if all the lights are on and it's really bright and sunny outside and all the blinds are open, it could be as something simple as just turning the blinds down, or leaving the blinds open and turning the lights down. We have some weighted blankets. We do. They in the building, they kind of look like little stuffed animal blankets. That's something that the kids can use. We're going to have some bigger kind of weighted nap kind of blankets over at the teen shelter soon, and so that will be there. We also have some noise canceling headphones that are going to be available in both buildings. They're usually located near the calming centers. I want these items all to be located in the calming center, and we just don't often take them out of those stationary areas. If a child does have a specific need that they need some noise canceling headphones or a weighted blanket on their own, that's something that we will talk about and put in their treatment plan, and we would set it up and make sure that the child has that, but we would make that executive decision during a treatment team meeting. Be sure to encourage open communication and use language that empowers and validates their feelings. We've got to create an atmosphere where the children feel heard and understood. Their need for a safe space is determinant on our ability to hear their words and meet the need. Physiological strategies, meeting the physical needs. These strategies help stabilize the child's brain and body by addressing immediate physical requirements. Again, that nutrition factor, providing protein-rich snacks and meals every 2 hours, or a form of food, not really meals, but we have our, like we have breakfast, then we have a snack, then we have lunch, then we have a snack, then we have dinner, and then we have a snack. Keeping those food times helps keep our blood sugar levels and prevent hunger-related issues. Sometimes, if you're outside and you're biking and running and playing, you're going to burn that energy up too fast, and they're going to need some kind of backup snack. Or they might have not been hungry at that time and didn't eat their snack well. There's always kind of things to look at. Did they eat their meals? Did they eat the other snack? Did they not like something? Did you give an alternative? Hydration. We need to ensure a child drinks water consistently throughout the day. We also, during meal times, of course, have juice and milk, depending on what time of day it is. And then sometimes children just don't like water. If they don't like water, we do have sugar-free packets that are flavored that kids can choose to put in their water. We want to encourage them to learn to drink plain water, but we also want to offer that flavoring packet in case they don't drink water regularly, and it kind of helps encourage them to drink. There are times when we would even drink like a hydrating drink, like a Gatorade or a Powerade that's more of a sugar-free type, but we don't drink like energy drinks and things along those lines. We might have sodas, but again, sodas are limited. They're a special treat kind of drink, and we only have them during party times or things along those lines. The sad thing is most of our kids grew up on sodas, and they are not really hydrating. There's so much caffeine and sugar in them that they're not as hydrating for the body, and so the kids come to us already in a dehydrated state. Sensory input. Often sensory-rich experiences, such as playing with tactile items, at least every 2 hours to meet the diverse sensory needs of youth, especially for children with early trauma, helps them stay focused. So if we're doing nurture group, we would have fidget toys for the kids to play with, or a stress ball or something like that. During craft time, that's very tactile, so you don't really need to worry about that unless you've got a child who's finished their craft too quickly, and now they're just waiting for the other kids to finish. So if they're waiting for them to finish, then you might need some kind of tactile item for that child to play with, maybe like Play-Doh or something like that, while they're waiting for the other children to finish. Sometimes it's something as simple as a spinny chair, like our sit and spin for the small children, and then the bigger rotating chair They kind of sit at the ground level. For those bigger kids, sometimes it's something as simple as that. It could be a stuffed animal that's weighted. It could be a fidget toy. It could be a fidget spinner, something like that. One of those pop-it kind of fidgets. Those are all great sensory inputs. Sleep. Sleep is crucial. On our night shift, we need to make sure that we keep our voices low because children are sleeping. So we don't need to be chatting up our coworker down the hall, hollering information back and forth. Of course, we're not listening to our phone and listening to a bunch of music and things like that because our phone should not be distracting us. It's important to do your bed checks like you're supposed to, the other responsibilities that we have in the building, but to keep the noise down so that the children can rest fully. We need to establish some consistent bedtime rituals. Like we normally get a bath here, then we have a snack, and then we go get prepared for bed. Sometimes it's as simple as reading a story to children. Sometimes kids might want to journal before bed. The most important thing is we're not like doing a dance party activity. We're not doing something that's high energy right before bed. You could even do like light yoga, some stretching, something like that. But you want to keep it at a very slow, tranquil pace. Ecological strategies, which is creating a supportive environment. These strategies focus on the external environment and the daily structure to support healing and success within the building. So we've got to have a safe and predictable environment. We talked about that earlier. Creating an environment where the children feel physically and psychologically safe by setting up predictable daily routines. Staff that don't follow the schedule, staff that do not follow our consistency in like, let's do this activity for 45 minutes and transition to another activity and another activity. When we just want to do centers and just like if you come in and you're just wanting to do centers for an hour and a half before dinner, that's not effective, or even a full hour before dinner, that's too much. Center time is about 30 minutes, even in a preschool setting. And then they change it up and mix it up. So we want to make sure that we're changing our activities with the kiddos, mixing it up so they have a diverse amount of activities, from physical activities outdoors to playing with toys inside to doing a craft to maybe doing a board game. We've got all these different opportunities for kids to be able to be busy during the day, and idle time, they say idle time is the devil's workshop. Well, really, idle time is where you get kiddos who are dysregulated and frustrated because they're tired of just doing the same thing over and over and over again. So you got to mix it up a bit. And then also, by mixing it up a bit, they have a chance to interact with each other at different levels, and it gives them the opportunity to feel or experience success at different levels. Some kids are better at sports, some kids are better at arts and crafts, so it gives everybody that opportunity to stand out and shine, and then also to share their skill with the other children. Doing mindful transitions, helping children navigate changes in their day and life by providing advance notice and scaffolding, that's layering, scaffolding, and the amount of support they receive. And so when we're outside playing, we're going to say, hey guys, in 10 minutes, we're going to go in. So everybody be mindful that in 10 minutes we're going to go in. Then when you get to 5 minutes, you're going to say, hey guys, in 5 minutes we're going to have to go in. We're going to have to end this activity and go in and do another activity. And so when I give my next warning, we're going to be doing cleanup, unless some of you want to start cleanup now. Okay guys, it's 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes. We're going to go in. So let's go ahead and end our activity and start picking up and putting everything back away so we can transition back into the building or to go outside or whatever we're doing next. So we need to give those transitional warnings. Sometimes I like kids to say, can y'all tell me okay 5 when I hit the 5-minute warning marker? And I'll say thank you 5 or okay 5. And the way kids learn that we do that is by other staff sounding off. So if a staff member is saying, hey, 10-minute warning, the other staff may say thank you 10. And then when it's 5-minute warning, the other staff may say thank you 5. And then at 3 minutes, they're encouraging everybody to function and change and transition with the pickup time. And again, doing the cleanup song or some things like that are always good with little bitty kids. Daily rituals are really good. Daily rituals integrate regular rituals that build connections, like handshakes, the bath routine that we have at night, the book reading routine we have. Same thing at quiet time. You can establish that at quiet time. At mealtime, we often give a blessing. It is not a forced activity. Children have the right to refuse to do a blessing, but we do a blessing before our main meals, not snacks, and that gives us a sense of continuity there. Also, Empowering kids through choices, offering choices and compromises where appropriate to give children a sense of a voice and some personal control. Shared control is very important. Remember, when kids are at an impasse, we're going to give two choices. And so if you can kind of hold your hand up, look at it yourself, and see your two fingers like a peace symbol, it's good to show the kids that. You've got two choices. Here's my hand. Look at my two choices. And then touching that first finger. Your first choice is that we need to pick up and it's time to go in. We've already had our 10-minute, 5-minute, now 3-minute warning. It's time to pick up. And then the child's like, but I want to play a little bit longer. I want to play a little bit longer. And say, well, what would that look like? What would that look like? Would it be one more slide? And they said, yes, yes. Can I slide down the slide one more time? Then you touch that second finger and say, okay, then you can slide down the slide one more time, but then you're helping me pick up when we're going in. Is that okay? Which one do you want to choose? Pick up now or slide one more time and go in? And then put your hands out. And sometimes the little kids tend to like to touch the choice that they make on your fingers. So they may touch choice number 2 because they want to slide one more time. We all know that. And so they're going to slide one more time. But then they understand as soon as it's time to get done, then it's time to clean up. So then I would personally walk to the end of that slide and wait for them, not to where they can knock you down, but be at the side and say, now when you slide down, I'm going to be here and I'll hold your hand and we can kind of go over here and help pick up together as a team, okay? And then we're going to go in. That's kind of a way to offer empowerment through choice. And with our bigger kids, an example for the teens is if they're in the midst of a video game, do you turn it off when they're in a race car game and they're almost to the finish line? No. That exceeded the 3-minute warning, and that's okay. And say, hey, I realize that we're going over time, so I'm going to provide a compromise for you, Tyrone, and we're going to actually let you finish that one session you're in right now. So as soon as your car stops, then it's going to be time to take a break. So we're going to have to pause the game and go on to our next activity. But when we come back, we can pick up where we left off if there is still time allotted for that. Say y'all started playing video games too late and mealtime hit right at that time, and that child's still entitled to 10 more minutes of his video game session, then you would have to go back and return that 10 minutes to Tyrone or he's going to throw a fit. So you need to head that off by being prepared to end that game or pause that game where he's at so he can pick it up and start where he left off. That's the same thing if y'all were playing a board game or Uno or something like that. Sometimes you need Ziploc bags to store the pieces, cards, or whatever, put their names on them so you know whose cards were whose. Pause that activity and be able to walk away from it and come back at a later time, usually that same day. Providing a healthy touch. Incorporating healthy, loving touch with the child's permission, always with the child's permission, and comfort as a part of a routine to build connection and reduce stress. Offering a side hug or a high five or a fist bump or something along those lines, a little pat on the back, a soft pat on the back. Sometimes with the littles, they may want a soft pat on their forehead or something like that, or brushing their hair out of their face. That's always a reassuring kind of kindness touch. And also offering little ones the opportunity to hold your finger as they walk or hold your hand. That's always a good thing. And don't always assume that bigger kids don't want that to happen. I took some older kids and younger kids, like a mixed age range of children, to the farmer's market, and one of the older girls who's 16 who has a Form A and a history of child molestation and fear of adult men. We were at an area where there was more of them. In my environment, we don't have as many men, and so there were more of them there, and I could sense that she was getting uncomfortable. So she was really close to me. She was kind of hanging on to my bag, hanging on to my purse, and I had a 5-year-old on my left hand, and she was on my right-hand side. And so as we're walking through there, I noticed that she was just really clinging to me and holding on to me rather than me holding on to her. And so I asked her, rather than her hanging onto my purse, we could fall, would she like to hold my other hand? And oh, that made her happy. So she wanted to hold my other hand and walk through the farmer's market together, and that's what we did. And so it's not unusual for an older kid who's feeling insecure and sensory overwhelmed to want that comforting touch to walk with them. But I offered it to her because I was being mindful of how she was behaving in the farmer's market, and I knew she might have needed that. Addressing the behavior. Remember, we want to address the behavior that they're doing to get to what's underneath that behavior. In TBRI, you're going to learn this is where we have the correcting principles. When correcting, it's crucial to what? There it is in bold. For staff to what? Remain calm. Foster children, homeless children, children that come into our care, may have experienced punitive measures in the past, and maintaining composure helps build trust and assures them of a safe environment. So if we overreact to small things and nag them or harass them, like I've told you 1,000 times to do blah, 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 that's kind of not remaining calm, is it? You're frustrated. So we don't want to be in a panic, and we also don't want to be in a state of frustration. We want to be in a state of calm as a staff member. We also want to ensure that we are involving the children in their decision-making processes, offering 2 choices. Remember, 2 choices, holding up that peace sign, holding those fingers out, and allowing them to provide a sense of control, fostering cooperation and reducing power struggles. For example, here we go. Do you want to play the video game for 10 more minutes before coming to dinner? Or do you want an extra 10 minutes to play before bedtime? We can pause the game and do this or that. This allows the child to make a compromise and to ask for shared power, maybe on their second choice. And so maybe the kid's like, yeah, I'm willing to stop this right now to go eat dinner, but if I can pick that up one more time. And that's not something we're going to do with littles all the time. So like video games are kind of like a bad example, but some of those bigger kids might have had that going on at a certain time, and sometimes we saved, like the boys in the children's home area, the boys' game room is on their side of the building, so sometimes game room time was set up near when they had shower time, if you could monitor everybody at the right time and had them in that one spot, and they could have their video game time for the end of the day. But then again, if it's overstimulating, then that's not an option. That's not going to be an option for us. We got to pay attention to is it overstimulating or not. And it would actually happen during bath time, because usually after bath time we have snack time and then bedtime readiness. So it's not something that we would have bath time, snack time, and then video game time. That's just too much. It'd have to happen during that bath time frame. Clearly communicate expectations and consequences consistently. Predictability establishes a secure environment, reinforcing that corrective actions are fair based on established guidelines. Again, our goal is not to punish, but to provide safety, structure, and self-regulation. So when we are talking about consequences, one of the consequences would be asking for a redo. With littles, we can do a physical redo. With bigs, or those teenagers that are at a higher age range, we might do a verbal redo, and they can just walk us through how they would have done something differently. Like I could do that by saying that with respect, or I could do that by not throwing it across the room and hitting somebody with it. They need to verbally go through the process or physically redo the process so we can make sure that their body does that memory, muscle memory motion, so that reinforces that they're going to get it right next time. It increases their ability to learn. We need to acknowledge positive behaviors and achievements in our kiddos. Positive reinforcement, that's our token system, is a powerful tool to promote desired behaviors and builds a child's self-esteem. When we do one-on-one training after this particular portion, this book portion, you will be going one-on-one training to learn about our behavior rules, one-on-one training to learn about our discipline policy, one-on-one to learn about our token system. And so you have to make the token system, you got to be a cheerleader for it. You got to pump it up. You got to make it be, oh my gosh, I'm giving you a token. You did so good today. Thank you for earning a token today. Do you know what you want to get out of the token room on Saturday? That kind of thing. You got to make it worthwhile. It's their ability to earn a positive reinforcer. Your goal is not to take their token away, and you can't take any of their tokens away that they previously earned. Your goal is to give them a token. It's going to be a red flag for me if I see staff members who are like, all these kids didn't get tokens today. Well, why didn't they get tokens? What were you doing to encourage a healthier relationship with them? What were you doing to encourage stimulating activities that would maintain their sensory needs all day? And so when kiddos are disruptive, it's going to make me want to look at the staff member and see, where did we go wrong as staff that caused them to lose that token, and not the child. The child's behavior, again, is trying to tell us something about the child's needs, and if we don't meet that need, then we have a disruption. Like that volcano, we've built that volcano from the ground up, so by not giving it a stable, healthy environment down low where the foundation is building, they boil up that tension and it flows out like hot lava. So we need to make sure we meet those needs through positive reinforcement, praise, high fives, thanking them, being courteous, and using thank you and you're welcome and please, and being respectful. Following correction, takes intentional steps to rebuild our connection. So once you correct somebody, you've got to thank them for making the positive change and going back to a playful, lighthearted, joyful voice and being engaged with them without holding some kind of resentment or frustration over anything. I don't take it impersonal. I mean, kids can call me fat, old, ugly. Who cares? It's just words. When they're hurt people hurt people. That's just the truth. So when they're frustrated and hurt, they're going to say some ugly things to you, and you better have some thick skin so you don't take it personally, because the goal was to also make you feel as bad as they do. If I don't let that work and I don't let them make me feel bad and I'm in control of my calm, then I can still be playfully engaged and kind to them and reinforcing that our relationship stays strong even when I have to correct them. And then afterwards, I can, after the dust has settled, still in that same day, still in that same moment, but after the dust has settled and we're more calm, I'll say, it does hurt my feelings when you say mean things like that to me. And so in the future, could you say different words to get your needs met instead of saying mean things to me? Because that does hurt my feelings. But I want you to know I understand where you're coming from. Letting them know that you realize hurt people say hurtful things sometimes. And so lastly, regularly reflecting on our approach. If it's not working, we need to fix it. If certain corrective strategies are not yielding positive results, then open to adjusting your methods. Flexibility is key to meeting the evolving needs of that child. Remember, we're not dealing with dogs or robots here. We're dealing with human beings with a high brain function, and we're going to have to change to meet that child's needs. And what meets their needs today may not be the same thing that meets their needs tomorrow, because tomorrow's a different day. There's different circumstances around that need. So we constantly have to be proactive and be flexible to meet the need where the need is at on the day it's at. The most powerful resource we have are you, staff. Staff being mindful and staff being calm and staff being activity planners and staff being nurturers and staff being teachers and coaches and mentors. Staff wearing the different hats that we have to wear, from direct care staff to housekeeping to cooks to case managers and administrative team. We all have to wear many hats to meet the needs of the children. So what are some techniques for staff self-regulation during escalation times? To maintain calm, centered, and safe presence during de-escalation, staff can use physical and mental self-regulation techniques to help themselves. Regulating yourself first before you speak is crucial in a crisis, and it will often mirror the anxiety or frustration that you're having. Kids will often, if you're high anxiety, high energy, you're scared, you're frustrated, the kids are going to pick up on that and they're going to mirror your actions. But if you're calm, if you're taking steps to keep your body in check and get your engine back to green from red, then the kids are going to do the same. So let's look at these physical techniques. Again, that breathing regulation. Slow, deep breathing can help calm your nervous system, even if you feel internally anxious. A simple method to inhale for a count of 3 and exhale for a count of 3 can do that. I like to do box breathing, and so I hold my finger out in front of me and I breathe up for 3 seconds, I hold it for 3 seconds, I blow it out for 3 seconds, and then I breathe in for 3 seconds, and I make my hand in the shape of a box. Another technique is what they call the 4-7-8 method, where you inhale for a count of 4, hold for a count of 7, and exhale for a count of 8. So you've got to really blow out very, very slow. That's good for adults. These are kind of adult methods. With little kids, we might breathe like a dragon. Breathe in through your mouth, in through your nose, and then out through your mouth like you're blowing fire. Or you can be blowing out a birthday cake that's imaginary. Or you could be smelling some hot cocoa or hot pizza and then blowing on it so you don't burn yourself, and just pretending to hold it in your hands. There are so many different things. I've had staff members who like to take a deep breath and count slowly down from 10, like taking a deep breath together now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. By being that patient, kind of like the countdown for NASA, we're counting down not to a blast off, but to a calm down. What is our body language telling us? Consciously relax your facial muscles. Make sure you're not giving evil eyes where you're squinting and making a your eyebrows aren't down and you're making a mean face. If you're crossing your arms like you're unhappy and your arms are crossed, uncross them, keeping your hands visible to the child. Stand at a slight angle. Don't stand on them like fully frontwards towards them like you're in a confrontational stance, or you're squaring up to them like you're going to fight. And also, I like to sometimes put one hand in a pocket. You don't look threatening if one hand is in a pocket. Or put your hands in your laps, so where if you're sitting down, you can sit down and put your hands in your lap. You want to make sure you're not talking with your hands in a very quick jerking motion. That's scary for kiddos. Don't get your point across by beating on a table, like that kind of thing. Don't do that. I just beat on my desk while we're talking here. Don't beat on something while you're talking. Don't be a finger pointer and lecture with a finger pointing at them. That's very condemning, and it makes kids nervous and scared and uncomfortable. We want to create physical distance. Allow for extra personal space, roughly 4 times the usual distance. So you don't want to hover a kid who's really chunking stuff and throwing a fit. You don't want to get in tight. This respects the individual's boundaries and prevents them from feeling trapped or cornered, which can only escalate the aggression. Oftentimes, tweens and teens will walk away from you. If they walk away from you, you still need to follow them, but you don't need to follow them at such a pace where you can just grab a hold of them. You want to say, hey, I'm going to walk with you, but I'm going to keep a distance from you and let you have your personal space. But just know, if you walk back to your bedroom hall, I'm going to have to go down there, and I'm just going to go down to my normal chair, and I'll sit in that chair. And when you're calm and you're ready to come out of your room, since you've chose to go down to your room, then I do want to talk to you about what's going on, because I care that you're frustrated and I want to help you fix the situation, or I want to help meet your needs that you've got going on here. Constantly reassuring them. Some kiddos just want to time in. They don't want physical distance, so they may want to come sit next to you. I want us to use that physical distance when they need space from us as the calming center, that they can go there with nobody else bothering them. We still need to watch them in the calming center to make sure they're not doing anything they shouldn't be doing, but you don't need to be hovering them, and you don't need to be talking to them at that point. They're there to calm down. So if you're lecturing them or trying to get information from them or counsel them in some way while they're in the calming center, that is not helpful. They're there to breathe and calm down. If they're in the calming center and look lost and don't know how to use the items, then you can step in and say, hey, would you like me to come show you how to use some of the calming center activities that help work on self-regulation? But ask, don't assume, and don't demand to be part of their physical distance that they're wanting to do some personal self-regulation. That's a form of healing. Grounding. Grounding is placing your feet firmly on the floor and feel the sensation of being connected to the ground. This is a simple act that can help you feel more stable and centered. I've often had staff members who are like hikers and outdoorsy nature kind of people, and sometimes they want to take their shoes off and go outside and put their feet in the grass and put their face to the sunshine or the wind. And that's fine too, grounding, and that's something even good you can teach the kiddos. Today we're going to learn about grounding and how it makes you feel better just to sit in silence, to stand with your feet touching the earth and looking at the sun and getting that warmth on your face, and kind of listening to the birds quietly and listening to the sounds that we hear for just a few minutes, and then we get to talk about it. That is actually something that is very relaxing, because actually we haven't talked about that in our previous slides, but nature and being out in nature, not necessarily doing something highly stimulating, because if we're trying to calm, we're not stimulating, unless we've got hyperness. Remember, self-regulation could be also trying to fix hyperness and the sillies, and like dogs, I like to say they get the zoomies, or cats get the zoomies. Kids can get the zoomies just like an animal, and adults can get the zoomies too. Rarely adults get the zoomies, but they can. And so sometimes the zoomies might mean you need to ride a bike or play on the playground or things like that. Mental techniques. Mental techniques to keep staff self-regulated are staying in the present. When a youth is escalating, they might bring up past issues to trigger you or start a power struggle. Keep your focus on the immediate situation and the goal of de-escalation, not only just defending yourself on past events. Now, this happens oftentimes with teenagers or those bigger kids, where it's the reverse, and the kid is trying to walk away or stay calm, and staff are going into the past. And so we can't do that. What happened yesterday stays in yesterday. What happens today, we deal with today, and we cannot predict with what's going to happen tomorrow. Our goal is to establish good skills today that can carry into tomorrow. So again, let go of the past. Don't remind them of their past sins. Don't be a sin taker, and don't be there like you're there for Judgment Day to tell them everything they've ever done wrong. And the same thing, when they do that to you, that's just a way to provoke you. Don't be part of that. Just stay in the present. Keep yourself calm. Tell yourself mentally not to take it personally, and to wait just a little bit before you speak, and don't really address that. You can just literally say, let's focus on right now and the problem we have at hand, because right now we need to fix what's wrong today. I'm not worried about yesterday. And sometimes if you were wrong, let's say you were wrong and you did something wrong in the past, and they've put that forth and it's in front of you, apologizing, saying, hey, I'm sorry, I might have done that, and I don't recall doing it, but I might have done it, and if I have, I want to just let you know that I'm sorry, and I too as an adult want to do better in today, so we can have a better tomorrow. So let's work on me saying I'm sorry now and focusing on the problem at hand. Again, don't take it personal. Remind yourself that the insults or anger that are not about you. They are symptoms of the individual's distress and past trauma. Responding defensively will only escalate the situation. Kids may use racial slurs. They may cuss at you. They may call you fat, ugly, old, whatever. Don't feed into that, and don't say, oh, that doesn't hurt my feelings. Don't pop back with sarcasm. Don't pop back with sarcasm or a comeback. We're not having a power struggle or a contest with who can hurt one's feelings the most. This is not a challenge or a game. We just need to keep our mouths shut, calm down, take a breath, and move forward without addressing that at this time. When the child is completely calm and the dust has settled, like I said before, and you're into more of a debriefing situation after everything's resolved, then you can say, it does really hurt my feelings when you say that, and so could we please not do that in the future? That's all you have to say. Excuse me. We need to scan for triggers. In a high-stress moment, do a quick self-check. Ask yourself, let me get a drink real quick. What am I feeling right now? And what do I want right now? Recognizing your own rising emotions is the first step to controlling them. And so a trigger could be that the room is overstimulating, like the kid's trying to focus on, let's say, I don't know, a crossword puzzle or something that requires you to think and problem solve on paper, and then everybody's being too loud around them. That would be very stressful. I know for kids who are doing art or drawing, sometimes they can tune people out, sometimes they can't, and find other people annoying. So we want to make sure that there are no triggers that are going on. Is the building too bright? Is the building too loud? Is it time to eat? Is it time to go to bed? Have they gone to the restroom? Do they need a drink? Do they need a snack? Is it all messy? Are they trying to do something and somebody else is messing them up? Do you need to space kids out more on the carpet, or space kids more out in the building? Like if a child is currently very good to play by themselves and they're building Lego blocks or something like that, they really don't want somebody else to come help them sometimes, and they also don't want them to mess up their thing that they're building by coming and taking their pieces down. So we can't allow the other children who are bored or jealous sabotage the other child. And so what we need to do is take the child who's playing calmly by themselves and let them play calmly by themselves, and the child who's being disruptive, trying to harass them, we need to then step in and be more of a buddy to that person. And when I mean by buddy, I mean that means you're playing a game, you are on their level. So that child may need to go play Barbies, or that child may need to play cards, or that child may need to do something that's going to keep them stimulated. Oftentimes we have that when we have the teenagers or the tweens who are doing a higher end, more developmental thing on their own, and a little kid's bored, so their siblings are bored, or a little kid that's closer to them are bored, and they're trying to harass them. So we got to screen for those triggers. And if we have a toy in the building that's causing a lot of hardship or grief, we need to make sure that we have more than one of that, or we set up established times to share that item. Identify your limits. Know when to call for support from a colleague or coworker or a supervisor. Your safety and the ability to stay calm, let's repeat that. Your safety, the children's safety, and the ability to stay calm are our highest priority. If you feel unable to remain regulated, it is the most responsible action to remove yourself and request for backup. And so you might tell a staff member, could you watch my group? I need to go to the restroom. Now, that doesn't mean you camp out in the restroom on your phone for 30 minutes. That's not therapeutic for us or them, and it doesn't really help you unwind. You need to go and take a breather. You need to go and take a breather. Maybe you need to go in the calming center. Maybe you need to go outside and get some fresh air in your face and breathe something in your lungs. Now, a problem we are going to have as an agency is if we see that you do that too often. If you cannot self-regulate and you have to do that too often, then it's often a sign for us to say, maybe this job's not just right for you. So you need to learn how to be in control of yourself and to self-regulate and to work with the kids. And it's okay. We're all going to get to that point where we need a break, but we don't need one every single shift, every time we're working, or multiple times during a shift. We've got to get it together and be here for the kids. We also need to practice active reflection. After a difficult de-escalation, take time to reflect on what happened. We're going to have to write that down. Sometimes you're filling out an incident report, things along those lines. Thinking about what worked, what didn't work, and being able to then transfer that information to the kids' notes and to that incident report. And also talking to that child about it. So our goal is to help us improve our skills and to be able to process the stress of the event, but also to then share that with the youth, other staff, through documentation and information share on what occurred and how can we do that differently in the future. We need to avoid the calm down trap. Telling an agitated person to calm down almost always has the opposite effect. Instead of focusing on your own calm presence and validating their feelings with phrases like, you need to validate their feelings with, I can see you're upset. So telling a kid, hey, you need to calm down, that's just going to be honest, it's going to piss them off. It's going to make them mad. And it's the same thing with staff. They take it personal. Who are you telling to calm down? All we needed to say to that person is, hey, I can see you're upset right now. Would you like to take some time to breathe and take some time to relax? I've got you here. I'm here to help you. You go over there and check out for like 5 minutes and kind of do a reset and then come back. But I'm glad to help you anyway. That's the same thing for the kids, allowing them to calm down without telling them to calm down, acknowledging their current visible emotion. I can see that you are upset. I can see that you look angry. Can you tell me what's going on with that? Are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Are you tired? What happened? Can we talk that through? Remember that's kind of a 4-step process. Let's go over that again. I can see that you're upset. I can see that you're angry. I can see that you're sad. I would like to help you. Do you need a drink before we talk? Do you need something to eat? Are you tired? Do you need a rest before we talk? Do you need to go to the calming center? That's when you're tired. Or do you need some personal space to kind of reflect on things before we talk? And then the number 4 there was, what was going on with that? I want to help you. What was behind that emotion? And saying those words. I know you were upset. What was behind that upset? What was behind that angry? What was behind that sadness? What was behind that throwing things? What was behind that hitting people? What was behind that yelling at people? You want to get to the root cause. Positive self-talk, or cognitive reframing, is a practice of replacing a negative thought pattern with a more balanced one, a realistic one. When using during a distressful de-escalation, it helps staff manage their own emotional reactions and maintaining calm and a calm-centered presence. Here are some examples of positive self-talk for staff to use during de-escalation, categorized by function. Okay, so I've categorized these by function. To stay calm and grounded, that's our function. Okay, we want to stay calm and we want to stay grounded. In our mind, in our head, we want to tell ourselves, I'm in control of my own responses. I can handle this. I have the training and skills to manage this situation safely. This person's behavior is a sign of their distress, not a personal attack on me. I will focus on my breathing and stay calm. I will pause, breathe, and return to center. This moment is temporary. It will pass. My inner calm is my superpower. To maintain perspective and empathy, okay, to maintain perspective and empathy, we want to go over this in our head. This is not about me. It's about the child's distress. Again, let's do that one again. This is not about me. So this is when they're name calling and things like that. And just really hating on us. I hate you. I hate this environment, blah, blah, blah. This is about the child's distress. What's behind that action? Remember, we're not labeling their action as good or bad. It's just an action that has an underlying meaning. So you need to say to yourself, I can be calming force right now for this child. I can be a calming force right now for this child. I can listen with compassion even when their words are difficult to hear. I can listen with compassion even when their words are difficult to hear. I will see the person, not just their behavior. How about even better? Let's take it to a high level. I will see this kid, not just their behavior. I will see this teen, not just their behavior. I will see this child, not just their behavior. I will not take this personally. I'm here to help. I will not take this personally. I'm here to help. I will act with empathy and not judgment. That's a hard one, but you need to do it. I will act with empathy and not judgment. To focus on the task at hand, my focus is on the youth's safety and de-escalating the situation, not on being right. Okay, remember us talking in the earlier slide just a few minutes ago about being in the present, not in the past. Being in the here and now. We can't be in tomorrow. We're not in yesterday. We're here today. So focusing on the task at hand. My focus is on the youth's safety and de-escalating the situation and not being right. I have a plan and I know the next step. Okay, I have a plan and I know the next step. So when we're thinking of the plans, we're thinking about some TBRI that we're going to utilize from understanding how do we need to help the child who's having a disruption. Are they in a playful engagement phase? Is it a structured engagement phase? Is it a calming engagement phase? Is it a protective engagement phase? So you have a plan through this training, through the TBRI full course that you're actually going to get, but with our EBI, with our TBRI trauma informed care focus, and our TBRI on how to make a better connection with children, because healing is in the relationship. We have the training. We have a plan. We know the next step. We just need to put it into motion. My priority is to help this young person feel safe again. So a kid who is being difficult, a kid who's crying and throwing a tantrum, who is not feeling safe, a kid who is throwing books and throwing things and saying they're going to hurt people, they do not feel safe. And so our priority is to help you feel safe again. I will ignore any challenging or provocative questions and redirect them back to the issue. So when a kid says, you're stupid and blah, 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 you just need to say, hey, I want to focus right now on not throwing books and understanding why you're so angry. I want you to feel safe again. So let's work on not throwing books and calming down and getting some self-regulation so we can talk this through, because I want to help you help yourself. I want to help you feel better. I want to help you whatever. And so you've got to, again, ignore the challenging or provocative questions, name calling, ridiculing, judging, whatever they're doing verbally towards you. Redirect it back to the issue. Just don't acknowledge it and move on to the issue at hand, and always letting them know that you want them to feel safe. You want to meet their needs, but you can't do it because the words they're choosing to use right now are not helping you understand what's wrong. We have to set realistic expectations. I am doing my best, and that is enough. You may be doing your best, and it may not be working, but you're going to keep trying, and you're going to utilize all the different skills that we've talked about, all the different skills you're going to learn and get to experience during TBRI. You're going to be able to do the best you can with what you have, and sometimes it may not work, and that's okay. You've tried, and you may have to call in for that staff backup. We may have to visit with you and the child and see, is it a personality conflict, or was it just an off day? You have this wonderful experience with one child, and it's just perfect and lovely, and you have a great connection, and then one day they got some bad news that had nothing to do with you, and they just snap, and it's ugly. And they're mean and they're hurtful and they say hurtful things. And you've got to realize that we can't look at that behavior as a whole. We got to look at the distress that kid's experiencing and why are they lashing out. So giving yourself that kudo, I am doing my best, and that is enough. I'll focus on progress, not perfection. It's a learning curve. Remember me saying the kids are not robots, dogs or cats, okay? They're not going to do everything the same. We constantly change. We constantly adapt and change. So what works today or what works for, let's say, staff member Sarah may not work for staff member, Cindy. It may not work. It may not work the same. And so you can't compare yourself to the other staff member, but you can try to utilize some of the skills that you see that are effective with other staff members. But if it doesn't work for you, you're just not pulling it off the right way, or it's not being received the right way. It's not being received the same way that they're receiving that other thing from the other staff member. And so it's not perfection, it's progress. I don't have to fix everything right now. I'm just in this moment. So we can't totally, remember reflecting on our sins and everything ever that the child has ever done wrong. If we're just wanting them to pick up a piece of trash, we just need to be focused on a piece of trash. We don't need to be focused on everything else that they need to fix today. So we need to kind of isolate our behavior modifications into each tiny incident as it's happening today, not in the past. We don't go backwards. On understanding I can't control the kids' actions, but I can control my own response. We can really 100% only control ourselves. We cannot control another human being. So you have the ability to control your response by being calm, by being mindful, by being present, by asking to take a breather, and owning that. Like right now, being honest and saying right now everything is so escalated, I personally can't think clearly. Can I have a moment and you have a moment to calm down and let's just breathe? You go to the calming center, I'm going to go over here and sit down close to you, but I'm going to be where I can see you, but you have a break and I have a break, and then let's talk this through. That way you have time to rest and mentally regroup before you talk to the child, and you can make clear communications to them that are not like an attack. To reduce the stress and to prevent burnout, what can you do? You tell yourself it's okay to ask for help from a coworker or an administrator. Maybe you need more training. Maybe you need help evaluating what you're doing, and is it working or is it not working? I'm allowed to have a break after this is over. Am I allowed to have a break after this is over? Am I going to them and saying, look, this was just really rough. Can I have 5 minutes to regroup? Sure, you can have 5 minutes to regroup, but you can't just walk away. You can't just go to the bathroom and hide. So you have to literally have another person watch your group, whether it be an administrator or another staff member, and then take your 5 minutes to regroup and then come back. Telling yourself this experience is helping me grow and become more resilient. I'm becoming a better person because I'm learning how to deal with conflict better, and self-control, self-regulation, and you're helping other kids learn self-regulation through modeling appropriate behavior. I'm in control of my reactions, not my emotions. You can't really control your emotions. Emotions just happen. That's our response to stuff. But we can control how we react to those emotions. And so, when you're sad, the sadness emotion may make you cry. When you're angry, that emotion makes you want to yell, but yelling is a reaction, okay? Your heart racing and you're sweating, that's a form of an emotion. That's a bodily function. And the way you can control that or react to that is by doing deep breathing techniques and trying to slow your heart rate down, closing your eyes, meditating, whatever you need to do. But if you just start yelling, that is an overreaction. And so the best way to prevent stress and burnout is to talk to people about what's going wrong when you're in this conflict cycle and asking for some additional training and support. How to use positive self-talk effectively. You need to practice it regularly. The more you repeat the phrases, the more they become automatic part of your thinking. You don't realize that in our culture, in American culture, we tend to talk negatively to ourselves, like, oh, I did this wrong, or I made this mistake. And we tend to judge ourselves very harshly, from appearances down to achievements and things along those lines. And we're very comparative in our lives, like, I don't have this car, I don't have this house, or whatever. And so the only way to heal from that is to use positive self-talk, going back up to that very, very first sentence under realistic expectations and saying, hey, I'm doing my best and this is enough right now. Okay, this is enough right now. And so, and if you really need to work that on a higher level, you can always ask administrative team and support for help, because we often feel that sometimes people need to go to counseling, and it's okay to go to counseling. Sometimes families need counseling, sometimes individuals need counseling. Counseling is not a bad thing. Use it in the moment. When you feel stressed or anxiety rising mentally, repeat a relevant phrase that stands out to you, or use a thought to record to work through your thoughts. So, I'm allowed to ask for a timeout. I'm allowed to ask for a breather. I need some personal space. Just a minute. Um, um, I need to, one of my things, especially when I was younger versus now, is focusing on progress, not perfection. And so I was guilty of having OCD and being a child of trauma. I often was that one hiding behind that perfect mask. And so we're not talking about masks in this training, but we can talk about that at a later date. But masking, I like to hide behind the perfect kid image when really I was falling apart behind the smiley facial mask of a perfect kid. Because if I wasn't perfect, it was a total, complete, utter failure. And so some of our kids feel that way the same way. And so we've got to recognize that sometimes just progress is perfect. Just progress is perfect. And so instead of telling yourself an untrue statement, reframe negative thoughts into more balanced and realistic ones. For example, rather than "this is the worst day ever," to "this is a challenging moment, but it's going to pass." This is not the worst day ever. The worst day ever would be if, an asteroid hit the Earth and we blew up and we were all gone. That's the worst day ever, right? That's the extreme version of worst day ever. But today, this is a challenging experience. This is a challenging moment. This is a challenging time, but it will pass. And I've also faced bigger challenges in my past that I know I've overcome, so I know I can overcome this as well. Connect that with the physical technique. Pair self-talk with deep breathing and conscious relaxation to increase its calming effect. Again, I like to get out in nature if I have the opportunity. I like to sit and close my eyes and kind of breathe a minute and try to tune out my negative thoughts, try to stop them from bombarding me, so I can focus on the here and now. But again, sometimes it means that maybe we need to seek out higher assistance from others if we can't self-regulate on our own. It's important to get the help for ourselves just as much as it is for us to help our children. What are common staff triggers during de-escalation? In de-escalation scenarios, staff members can be unintentionally triggered by a youth's behavior, leading to defensive or reactive responses. Recognizing these common triggers is crucial. It's a crucial first step for self-regulation during a crisis. Common staff triggers during de-escalation are personal and emotional triggers. Okay, this is where we are insulting or having personal attacks. When a youth uses harsh or disrespectful language, it can be hard not to take it personally, triggering anger or defensiveness. Feelings of incompetence. If a staff member believes they are failing to help a child, they may feel frustrated or anxious, leading them to escalate the situation by pushing harder for compliance. And so that's when the kid's not responding to you, so you keep pushing with the same exact thing. And so to me, that's like the definition of insanity. If it's not working, stop. Stop what you're doing, take a breath, calm down, reflect on the situation, and then start with something new. But when we're anxious, we tend to just keep repeating the same factor. And it's like you're going to go in a store and the door says pull, but you keep pushing on the door. It's never going to open, right? It's never going to open. So you're doing it wrong. And so you need to own that and then realize that it's not that you're a failure, that your efforts are in vain. What you're doing is not the right thing to do. So you just stop. It doesn't mean you're incompetent. It just means you need to stop, think, and regroup and try something different. Also, past trauma. A staff member's own unresolved trauma can be activated when a youth displays similar behaviors or emotions to their past life experiences, blurring the lines between their history and the present situation. And this is more common when I have children who have similar abuse histories as a staff member. We don't share our abuse histories with staff, from the staff to the children, but we also make sure that we identify when our past trauma has not been healed and we've not dealt with it. And so, as I said in a previous slide, sometimes that may mean that we might need some counseling, and counseling's okay. And be sure and ask an administrative team member, hey, can you recommend some counseling resources? A lot of people in the helping professions, whether it be nurses, doctors, social workers, counselors, teachers, a lot of them go into these helping professions because they had some type of childhood trauma. It's not always physical abuse or sexual abuse or neglect by a parent. Sometimes it was personal life choices where you yourself as a young person made terrible life decisions and you survived them. So you want to make sure that you give back by helping other young people not make the same mistakes. And so there's a way to share our stories in a healthy way, but that's something that we would go over at a later time where it's more one-on-one, and we can kind of help you control that narrative so that the child doesn't pick up your story and make it part of their own. Need for control. Caregivers can attract individuals who caregiving can actually attract people who feel a need to be in control. When youth's behavior defies their authority, this can trigger power struggles. And so that's kind of like, reminds me of the sit down, shut up, my way or the highway. I'm right, you're wrong. Need for control. We don't have to have that power over a child to parent them, to caregive them. And so we've got to realize shared power, where they actually help make the decisions or the choices to problem solve, actually teaches them better. It creates that muscle memory than us just dictating to them, this is what you need to do to fix this problem, because it's not always right. It is not always the right way. I like to tease people. It's kind of like, how do you sweep the floor? How do you load the dishwasher? How do you make a bed? How do you put the toilet paper on the toilet paper holder? Paper in, paper out. It doesn't matter really the process of what that looks like. You don't need to control things at that level. And what you need to do is to give them a general understanding of the situation. Make sure that they're getting to the end result in the right way. And if they get there differently than you, that's okay. We don't have to control every ounce of their learning process. They have to get to it their way. And it's going to look like them as opposed to us. And also fear. When a youth's behavior becomes threatening or physically intimidating, a staff member's survival instinct can kick in, causing them to panic or react with fear. Sometimes kids will say, I want to kill you, or I hate you, I just wish you were dead. I don't take those things personal, and I'm not fearing that child right now. They don't have access to killing me. They don't have a gun. They don't have all these resources, and they're just mad. And so they're mad and they're saying mean words to hurt my feelings. And so I don't fear that. Now, if a child were to charge up on me like a raging bull and want to punch me, am I just going to stand there? No, I'm going to back up. And so I should not fear a child. A small child usually will hit and kick far faster than a teenager will hit and kick. Teenagers or tweens will really not assault you unless you corner them. And so by modeling appropriate behavior, by behavior matching, giving them that space, that personal space. I want you to kind of image a small hula hoop, not a large hula hoop, but a small hula hoop. If you have a smaller hula hoop, now it doesn't feel like a belt. It's going to have to be able to get over your body completely, but allowing you about 3 inches of space or 4 inches of space all around your body. If you had that much space away from the child, just that small amount of space, you're not going to corner them. You're not going to hover over them. You're not backing them in a corner. So that fear factor should not be there. They should not be in attack mode. And so oftentimes I'll have staff who get super offended, by words, and they're fearful of a child's words. And it kind of reminds me of that old rhyme that people were taught as children, where sticks and stones may break your bones, but words can never hurt me. And so that's things we've got to remember as a staff member. We shouldn't fear the children, and we should identify that words, although are hurtful, are not going to harm us physically. and we need to let them go. And so why is that child behaving that way? What is their goal? Why are they so hurt? Hurt people. And so we need to figure out what their hurt is and help them work through that. And then again, once the dust has settled, once everything's calmed down, if that was very hurtful for you and triggering for you, it's okay to let them know that, hey, when you said that to me and said you wished I were dead, that really hurt my feelings. And so I just wanted to bring it back up and address it with you now that we're all calm. And I still care about you. And I want you to know, I know hurt people say hurt things, but in the future, could you not say that to me? Because it does really hurt my feelings. And I appreciate that because I love hanging out with you here and I loved getting to know you and I love being part of your journey. But please, could you refrain from saying that? There's a positive way to bring that to a child's attention, but of course not in the moment, not 2 weeks from now or a month from now. It could be even the next day once everything is completely settled down. But you want to make sure it's all completely settled down and there's no fear of going back into that argument for that mode. And you don't want to guilt them. It's not about giving them a guilt trip. It's about owning the fact that you need them to be more aware of what they're doing. What are the dangers and negative effects of restraints in foster care? In foster care settings, both physical and chemical restraints present significant dangers to children, including severe physical, psychological harm, and recognized as non-therapeutic interventions. Restraints are particularly dangerous for children in foster care because many of them have existing trauma from neglect or abuse, and restraints can be re-traumatizing. Regulations in many places severely restrict or prohibit the use of restraints in foster homes. Again, our organization, the Children's Aid Society, is a no restraint facility, so doing any form of restraint is prohibited. What are the physical dangers of restraints? Restraints can have serious, even fatal consequences, especially in children. Asphyxiation and death. The leading cause of restraint-related death is asphyxiation, which can occur when a child is held in a way that restricts their breathing, such as being held face down or in the prone position. This is one of the reasons why we as an agency went no restraint in 2004. Children who particularly had asthma or health concerns were dying in foster care. And that was a big issue that was made aware to us. It was brought to our attention. And so in 2004, we decided to go no restraint to reduce the risk of harm to the children in our care. We often see that now on the media or social media when police officers were holding down people too tightly and they asphyxiated and they died because of compression on their lungs and they're restricting their airway. Another injury and medical issues that can happen with restraints are risks including pressure ulcers, muscle atrophy, nerve damage, aspiration, fractures, internal bleeding, and of course cardiac arrest. Exacerbation of agitation, physical struggling against a restraint can release the child's distress and lead to potentially fatal catecholaminé rush, which can overwhelm the heart. A catecholaminé rush, there are hormones that are neurotransmitters, including dopamine, norepinephrine, adrenaline, epinephrine. Primarily, they are produced by the adrenal glands, and it's our fight or flight response. If you trigger their body to produce too many of those hormones at one time, it can actually cause a cardiac arrest. So sometimes if people are fighting or they are exacerbated in kind of a conflict, a physical conflict situation, they can actually have a fatal heart attack just because of hormone overload. Dangerous techniques such as a neck hold are strictly prohibited due to the risk of suffocation, restriction of blood flow, and spinal injury or crushing the esophagus or the windpipe. And so that's why we have that little symbol down there, that danger with a skeleton and all the warning symbols, and of course that no sign where remember we had it earlier at the very beginning of this training, the no hands. We will not do any form of restraints on children. We don't shake children. We don't do anything that would cause them physical harm, pinching them, hitting them, spanking them, slapping them. There's no form of physical, corporal punishment or holding in a hostile way at any time in our organization. You won't grab a kid up real harshly and yank them to drag them away. When you pick up a toddler, if a toddler's tantruming and we're picking up a toddler, we're going to pick them up with care. If we're going to hold a toddler's hand across the street, we're not going to jerk their arm. We're going to handle them with care, as though they were a tiny, delicate piece of glass. We don't want to break them. So we want to be cautious when we use physical touch with our children, and as always, we do not do restraints, so we're not using any form of physical touch as a punitive measure to control behavior. Psychological and emotional harm. Physical harm is bad enough, but you can also hurt a child with actually not causing a physical bruise. We do this by doing emotional harm or psychological harm. For children already in a vulnerable state, restraints can cause profound and lasting psychological damage. It can cause re-traumatization. The experience of being physically held down or overpowered can reawaken past trauma, especially for children with a history of sexual and physical abuse where they were held down against their will. Intense fear or terror. Children who have been restrained often report intense fear, anxiety, and terror and belief they may be killed. Even if staff members are not going to kill them, just that intense overpowering is a sense of terror. Lasting psychological effects or negative long-term consequences, including post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and just like war veterans suffered when they were over in a war-torn zone, it causes those same PTSD symptoms in our kids, which are nightmares, the erosion of trust in adults. Damaged relationships. The use of restraints, particularly when viewed as a punitive measure, can damage the crucial therapeutic and trusting relationship between a child and a caregiver. That's something you cannot get back. Systemic and ethical issues. There are also systemic and ethical issues in our minimum standards. That's why we chose to go non-restraint in 2004. The use of restraints often signals deeper problems within a care setting. Ethical violations. The use of restraints can violate the child's fundamental rights of dignity and autonomy. This act of itself is often perceived as dehumanizing. It's treating them like they're an animal. Staff trauma. Caregivers who use restraints also experience negative consequences themselves, including guilt, moral distress, and the sense of having failed the child. The staff feels like a child abuser, in other words. Counter-therapeutic results. Restraints and seclusion are counter to a trauma-informed care model, which aims to create self-collaborative environments such as coercive practice and undermine any therapeutic process. And so when we restrain a child or send a child away to stay in their room for a long period of time because of a form of punishment, it's hard on them. We actually sometimes do have to isolate kiddos, and you know, we all know that we're in the land of COVID and germs and disease and illnesses that are very contractable. Sometimes our kids are in sick bay or in a sick time and they have to be isolated to their room. But our goal is not to make them feel as though they're punished. We want them to rest and to heal and to get better so they can get out of that space. But we're not putting in them there as a form of punishment. It's putting them in there as a form of protection of the rest of the building. So we would allow them to play and do some fun things in their room, have food and things that are enjoyable while they rest and recuperate. Overuse and misuse of power. In some settings, restraints have been used inappropriately for discipline, coercion, convenience, or rather than the response to immediate and serious threat. A big problem in the foster care system when I first started over 30 years ago was we got paid specifically by the level of care the kid was in. And the higher the level of care, the more money you received. And so we were actually trained by another organization, and one of the things that I did not value about their training personally was they tended to overuse restraints, and it would actually keep the kid's level higher because it would trigger the kid to go into fight or flight mode, making the whole situation worse. And so it was after the training that I received from that other organization that I made a conscious decision for our agency to go no restraint, because I saw that that process was not therapeutic. And so that is our philosophy as an agency. We do not abuse our power with children. Our goal is not to shame them, to emotionally or psychologically harm them, not to make them feel less than, and definitely not them to have the fear of being hurt in any way physically by our staff. So what are the best practices and alternatives to restraints? Rather than resorting to restraints, our best practice in a foster care setting or a residential setting emphasizes the de-escalation and trauma-informed approaches. Hence, we use TBRI. Trauma-informed interventions, we train our staff to understand the effects of trauma. It helps them respond to a child's challenging behaviors with empathy rather than coercive tactics. We're not going to force you emotionally to change your behavior. I'm not going to bribe you. We're going to have you work towards that goal and have choice and shared power. Proactive de-escalation. Caregivers can be trained in verbal and nonverbal de-escalation techniques to prevent conflicts from escalating. We do that actually within our TBRI system that we use now. We talk about doing redos. We talk about using some of our life terms, such as can you say that with respect? Are you asking or telling? No hurt, stick together, have fun, be kind, be gentle and kind, use gentle hands, that kind of thing, rather than saying harsh words to the children to change their behaviors. We also use the different steps within TBRI to de-escalate the situation, such as the playful engagement, then structured engagement, calming engagement, and then finally protective engagement. Working together as a team to help de-escalate a situation is also crucial and essential. Having early intervention plans, creating child-specific crisis intervention plans beforehand allows caregivers to address potential crises with predetermined safety strategies. This is why we know the child's triggers and the child's calmers. This is why we have a calming corner, a calming station over in the teen shelter. This is why we have a gymnasium. We have a right track. We have a playground. We have an art room and a game room. We have activities that will enrich the children's lives or empower them. Remember that empowering portion of TBRI. We have connecting and then empowering and then correcting. Our focus is to correct this child during the connection and empowering process rather than having to go in those higher tier levels of structured engagement. Addressing the root cause. Effective alternative focus on identifying and managing the underlying cause of a child's distress rather than simply suppressing the outward behavior. And so we can't just stop the behavior. The behavior has meaning. The child is throwing a fit because it has the meaning behind the fit. Are they hungry? Are they thirsty? Are they tired? Is something else going on that we're not aware of? Is somebody's bullying them? Somebody's tormenting them? Something bad happened at school? Something bad happened at visitation? We have to get to the root cause of what's causing their distress and taking the distressed action away from the child's identity. The child themselves are not their behavior. The behavior is an outward sign of an inner feeling, and the child themselves are good and wonderful and precious as they are. We just need to focus on helping them regain some self-regulation of their behavior. And so we're going to cover a few things of how to do that, and then this training will be over. Best practices for empowering and engaging youth. Offering choices, allowing the youth to have a choice whenever possible, such as what to eat for a meal. Even though our cooks prepare a menu and prepare a meal, we can talk to kids about their favorite foods and then discuss that with our kitchen staff to kind of incorporate some of the kids' favorite items into our menu plans. What game to play? Again, if staff take the kids to the game room and let the children pick out games, give them that opportunity to decide, even if you yourself don't know how to play the game. That would empower the children and you to learn a new skill. Also, letting the kids decorate the rooms how they want. Now, we don't want to hang things all over the walls, but if we use the appropriate tape that doesn't damage the room, allowing them to have that freedom to decorate the room is very meaningful for them. And also asking them what you could provide within the shelter to meet that need. This helps them feel empowered, and it restores a sense of control that they may have lost. Incorporating interests, involving the youth in extracurricular activities that they enjoy, such as sports, music, art. It helps them build their self-esteem and provide positive peer interactions. Engaging in collaborative problem solving. When a youth struggles with a specific behavior, staff can work with them to find a solution, asking, what do you think would help in this situation next time? Giving them a voice and ownership over the solution. Some sensory and environmental modifications that we can make are having adequate rest and nutrition, ensuring youth have consistent, predictable access to nutrition and food, restful sleep, as hunger fatigue can be a major trigger for outbursts. Modifying our environment. Reduce overstimulation by lowering the noise levels, minimizing clutter in common areas, and providing opportunities for physical activity can also help the youth release pent-up energy or do things in a constructive way. So mixing up our activities, going from an inside activity to an outside activity, from like a board game that's fun and thinking to outside activity to burn up energy to an inside arts and crafts project that requires more patience and skill. Even a movie night, if pre-planned, can be something very enjoyable if you make it a special event rather than just watching TV. So many of our kids just watch TV, play video games, or stay on a phone that it's really not an isolated activity that's more enriching. Some recreation and enrichment activities are providing foster children with opportunities for normalcy and belonging, emotional regulation, skill development, and positive social connections with peers, supportive adults, which are all crucial for their development and transition to adulthood. These activities help them discover new interests, build self-esteem, cope with trauma, and improve academic performance by offering a sense of control, inclusion, and a chance to build critical life skills in a safe, supportive environment. How do we do that? We plan outings. How do we do that? We plan a field day. How do we do that? We plan a minute to win it competition. How do we do that? We plan a talent show or a tea party or a karaoke day or some kind of fun special event for the kids. We work together with our coworkers to plan these special activities and events and then run that by administration so we make sure that we have all the supplies that we need to pull off that event. And sometimes we may have an idea that's just really not doable at this time, but administration can actually help us determine what we can do to make some of that happen. Emotional and mental well-being. Aids in trauma management. Activities like art, music, yoga can serve as effective coping mechanisms in helping children channel pent-up emotions and reducing stress. Building self-esteem. Discovering new talents and succeeding in activities can be significantly boosting in a child's confidence and self-esteem. Promotes positive emotions. Meaningful social engagements and enjoyable experience contribute to overall happiness and better mental health. There's a lot of events that we can do for emotional and mental well-being, like noted above. Art activities like art, music, and yoga. We can also plan an outing that involves some of those things. Like in the summertime, they have the free concert series. We can take a picnic. Take our things to put out for the picnic, whether it be chairs or a blanket to sit on with our snacks, and we can enjoy the music out in nature and then come back and talk about it. We can also go for walks in the park, or we can go and feed the ducks, and there's a lot of different fun things that we can do that are in nature that are soothing and calming, and that we can use as a discussion point later. There are times when we try to take the kids to community events that involve social enrichment, such as like Cinco de Mayo Fest or Irish, some kind of Irish fest in town. We don't go out to the ones late at night near the bar scene or anything like that, but we need to be mindful of where these events are taking place and what's going on at these events. We take them to like the carnivals, circuses. We also take them to some plays here in town, and so we just need to make sure that the environment that we take them in that is supposed to be mentally and emotionally enriching is also conducive for children to be around. One time earlier, I talked about taking the kids to the farmer's market. There are so many emotionally and mentally stimulating things at the farmer's market, from tasting food to listening to performance music to sometimes they even have activities that kids can participate in. Developing key life skills. Now, we do life skills formally with the children, and we will teach you about those as those are implemented. And then we also teach just general daily life skills that's kind of on the cuff while we're doing them, like brushing our teeth or taking a shower or picking up a room and things like that. Enhance, developing key life skills enhance social skills. There are group activities like sports clubs, crucial in teaching things like communication, teamwork, cooperation, and empathy. A lot of times you can look up icebreakers, like team building icebreakers, and then do some of those activities with our kids. We actually have a book in the PD room that is a bunch of kind of ice breaking activities. We also have some books in our nurture group box that talk about those things. Fostering independence and decision making, it allows children to explore interests and make choices within structured programs. It helps them develop independence and problem solving abilities. It improves their academic performance and behavioral outcomes. Studies have shown that there are strong links between extracurricular involvement and better school behavior, increased focus, reduction in dropout rates, and building positive relationships. We want our kids to do sports, choir, band, art, theater, all these different kind of activities, one act play, UIL, anything we can encourage the kids to do and we can help them do it to build self-confidence is very helpful for their outcome. Creating supportive connections. These activities offer chances to interact with positive role models from different friend groups and developing new peer groups with similar interests. And they facilitate social and exploration. Children can have different negative social situations, learn to interact with diverse groups, and build a network outside of their support system and their immediate care setting. So it helps them develop greater friendships and a sense of belonging. Now let's break this down into activities. Here's a list of activities on these next few slides that'll help children in a shelter setting develop self-regulation skills and strengthen their relationship with the care providers and peers that live in the shelter. Having a stable routine and providing opportunities for expression and connection are vital for children coping with trauma and uncertainty, and they're essential in emergency behavior intervention. Like I've said before, busy children who have the ability to explore the world around them and make healthy connections tend to have less behavior problems. So what are some mindful and calming activities? These activities help children manage anxiety, ground themselves, and have a sense of peace. Breathing buddies. Placing a stuffed animal on a child's belly and having them practice deep breathing and watching their toy rise and fall. This is something that can be done, laying in the living room floor on the big giant carpet, or kiddos laying in their bed if they're in their bedroom during quiet time struggling. We can have a calm down jar. Calm down jars are filled with water, glitter, and glue. We shake it up and watch the glitter slowly settle. These are also sensory jars. This can provide a visual aid for calming down. We usually have them in our calming centers. Or we can use them with water bottles and craft our own. That's always a wonderful craft project, and then each kid would have their own calming down jar. Mindful coloring. Providing coloring pages with intricate designs such as mandalas to help kids focus and relax. Little kids might even want their own coloring book, and we often have all of those items right here on the property. 5 senses exercise. Walk through the shelter or outside and have the children identify 5 things they can see, 4 things they can feel, 3 things that they can hear, 2 things that they can smell, and maybe at the very end, 1 thing that they can taste when we have a snack. Bubble breaths. Blowing bubbles mimics deep, slow breathing, and it asks the child to pretend their worries are going into the bubble and floating away. This is a great outside project, so we can watch the bubbles blow away in the wind from the playground. And we usually have access to bubbles on the property. There's even ways to make the bubbles more exciting by adding food coloring to them to make them glisten with color. Progressive muscle relaxation. Guide the children through tensing and releasing different muscle groups in their body to release physical tension, like squeezing your fists or rolling your shoulders or moving your head in a position to stretch your neck in a healthy way. Mindful listening. Sit quietly and listen to 4 different sounds. Use a bell or an app on your phone with calming sounds, and ask the children to raise their hands when they can no longer hear the sound. So it would be a sound that would be stronger and that would fade in and out, just so they can see if they can be patient and listen quietly with the quiet hand, listening quietly. Of course, yoga poses. We've talked about yoga multiple times. Yoga poses and stretches, even Tai Chi. We could Google Tai Chi on our YouTube app on the big television screen and do some kids' Tai Chi or yoga. It helps release stress and becomes more aware of their bodies, and it actually strengthens the body and helps relieve muscle tension. We can make sticker scenes with the kids or, doing scrapbooking projects and things like that. This is quiet. It focuses an activity on creating scenes with stickers. It can be calming and distracting. It's very engrossing, and the kids can do fun things with that. Any form of art along those lines. A nature scavenger hunt is fun. We go out and walk in the fields next door, and we take a walk and collect items like leaves and pebbles and twigs, and then we bring them indoors for a sensory exploration box, or we could actually do an art project with them. Expressive arts and storytelling. Expressive arts and storytelling are wonderful things to do with the kids. They're creative activities, they're powerful, they're nonverbal ways for children to process, manage stress, and express their feelings. We could do emotional charades by acting out emotions and have other persons guess what they are without using our words. This helps kids recognize feelings in themselves and others. If you have difficulty knowing what an emotion looks like, in our nurture group box, we have two different activities for smaller children that show cartoon faces of what emotions might look like. Creating a feeling collage, using magazines or drawings or found objects to create a collage that shows a range of expressed emotions. Puppet play. In our nurture box or nurture group box, we have some puppets that show emotions and a card that goes with it that talks about how each emotion on one side shows the face of the emotion and how the children can have the puppet act out in that ways for that to demonstrate that emotion. And then it has the strategies to help deal with that emotion or identify that emotion on the back side of that card. A feeling dice game. We actually have a dice game that is in our social box that is created with some dice and some like a traditional board game. You roll the dice and you're able to do the different emotions. But if we just had a roll of normal dice, like say we had 2 normal dice or 1 normal dice, you could pass it around and have the kids roll the dice, and they can share a time that they felt that emotion. If you gave like sadness as number 1 and happiness as number 2, and you can talk about it that way too. Music and mood. Listening to different types of music and talking about how each song makes you feel by creating a playlist that's calming, by a playlist that is exciting and stimulating, like dance music, one that makes you happy, even music that can make us sad. Of course, we don't want to listen to sad music for a long period of time with the children because it makes them upset. Some music can even make us aggressive, and it's important to talk about that. We can DIY our own emotions masks, decorating simple masks with different expressions to explore various emotions. There's a story circle where you start with one person and have each person add a line to continue it. It's fun oftentimes to whisper that from one person's ear to the other, kind of like a phone chain or something like that where you're talking, and seeing what the story ends up like at the end. Illustrate a story using a drawing or a painting to illustrate a kid's favorite story or one that you make up. You can even do it in cartoon form, like a comic book. DIY worry dolls. Sometimes kids get really worried, and it's fun to make a worry doll out of sticks and yarn, and then you can tell the worries to your doll, put it under your pillow, and it'll keep your nightmares away. That's kind of a fun little activity you can do with kids. Sometimes kiddos may want to make like a dream catcher that catches their bad dreams and makes them go away. It looks like a spider web done with popsicle sticks or pipe cleaners and yarn. Make a beat. Using a simple instrument or a musical program to create beats, music can help children express their feelings when they can't find words. You can even do it sitting in a circle and hitting your hands on your legs to make a sound, or hitting a table softly, not beating a table, but hitting a table softly to make a rhythm or a beat. There's some fun ways to do that. Activities that build relationships. These activities promote connection, trust, and a sense of belonging in a group or a one-on-one setting. Family meal prep. We can't really prepare a meal as well in the children's home building because it's a commercial kitchen, but we can actually do some kind of snacks that are more of a family meal prep. In the teen shelter building, we have more of a residential kitchen, so the kids can plan a meal, go over there, and everyone can be part of the meal prep process. And then not only do we prepare the meal, but we're able to eat the meal together and have some good conversation around the table. But just allowing the children to be involved in preparing the meal, planning the meal, going and shopping for the meal, then washing the vegetables, stirring in the ingredients, building these life skills, it also fosters a great sense of connection. We even do budgeting and things like that when we do those meal preps. It's great fun and what a learning opportunity. Sometimes you can build like an indoor fort or an indoor tent. We don't like to be hidden in any way. This says building a special hideaway provides a sense of security and a fun space for shared activities. We do have our hideaway area in our calming centers, but sometimes kids have built forts in their room on their side of the bed, and that's okay. But it's still where we can see the children. And so staff have done that where they've hung a blanket in their desk area and carried it over to the other side of the bed, and the kids have made kind of a little fort using their chair by their desk under their bed area. So during quiet time, each child can have a special place to be, but staff can still see them on the open side that is facing the exit of their bedroom area. That's kind of fun to do. We always got to be cautious of that particular activity because we don't want two children to get in a tent area together where you can't see them, because misbehavior can occur in that concept. So you have to be very cautious when doing that one activity. It's still fun for kids and they like it, but you have to be very due diligent and supervisory on a supervisor level for that of the children. Scavenger hunts are always wonderful. Creating a list of indoor or outdoor items that you need to find. This is a great teamwork activity, and kids can be mixed up in different age groups even to help with this activity. You can have the kids make an About Me journal where they use prompts like what's my favorite memory, or what makes me feel proud, or what's my favorite food, my favorite color, my favorite teacher. An About Me journal that they can make out of either a spiral notebook or a binder that we have here is always a fun thing to do. Collaborative art murals where we have a large group drawing on a giant piece of butch paper or something like that. That's always fun and a good accomplishment. Usually during the holidays, we're doing a lot of decorating with the kiddos. And so sometimes we do door decorating contests and things like that. And the kids always really find enjoyment with that. Game night, we use board games to practice skills and taking turns, following rules, and handling both wins and losses. And again, please let the children choose a game, and let's not be redundant where we do the same game over and over and over again. Let's mix that up and provide some diversity for the kids. And also, if you know of a game that we don't have, be sure and mention that to an administrator so we can maybe purchase that game down the road. There's awesome games that we've played independently on our own that we think the children would enjoy, and it would be something that we'd want to add to the shelter. Positive affirmation cards, write kind notes or draw pictures for each other, share specific feedback and praises to boost confidence. Sometimes you can actually do that with Post-it notes or little pieces of paper, and you write something nice, and then you have to sit in a circle and write something nice about the person on the left of you, or write something nice about the person on the right of you, and you trade these pieces of paper. How do you feel? Check in. That's always a good thing. Make it a daily routine to check in with each other about our emotions. Use our emotion color wheel cards to facilitate the conversation. With us, since we do TBRI, we can even use our check engine plate. We have a canvas that we've made with a check engine plate, and the kids can make their own check engine plates out of a round circle or a paper plate. And then we can also check in with them on their emotions with that. Creating a playlist. A playlist is a song that's shared where kids can listen to it, and they can have input on what kind of songs are going to be on our playlist that we're going to listen to at a fun family night that we're going to have. And then also telling funny stories, lighthearted stories about your own life from the past that create relaxed atmosphere. If the kids share a story, we can share a story, but we want to make sure that we try to avoid those topics that would still feelings of sadness or trauma in any way. We're going to try to keep it positive and light. Sensory and tactile activities are very important for the kiddos. They engage in senses and can be a powerful way to regulate emotions and focus on the present moment we're in. Stress balls, making a DIY stress ball using a balloon filled with flour, rice, cornstarch, squeezing them can help relieve tension. Also, we have stress balls on the property. Making a sensory bin, having a child fill a box with sand or rice or beans, adding some small toys and having them dig for them, that's always a good calming tactile experience. Play-Doh, whether we're using Play-Doh that you buy at the store or Play-Doh that we make ourselves, it's fun for all ages. You can even add some essential oils to them to make them smell good. We just need to make sure that children aren't eating the Play-Doh and then they're not throwing it, on walls and things like that. Magnetic fishing is really fun. You can use magnetic fishing poles just like a pencil on a string with the magnet, and then making some fish that we design and putting some little magnets on the other end, maybe using a paper clip for a hook. These are always fun. Kinetic sand. Kinetic sand is great because it's very magnetic and it sticks to itself. That's always fun for kiddos. A little messy, but it's great. Another thing that I'm thinking of with the kinetic sand are those bottles where you layer the sand, the colorful sand in the bottles to make it very visual. Water play is always great, having an area where we wash toys or play with cups and pour bowls of water. Water play, it always reminds me of doing like Easter egg dyeing or things like that. That's always fun for the kiddos. Finger painting is a great tactile experience because we're painting with our hands. And there's so many different ways to paint. If you Google some YouTube videos, you can paint with Q-tips, your fingers, fruit, vegetables, nature, pieces of nature that you found. There's so many ways to be very tactile and hands-on and not necessarily use a paintbrush. Bubbler toys or a lava lamp, that's always great. Again, making a movement bottle out of just an empty water bottle, that's always fun for the kids to make with glitter, glue, and water, or glitter, glue, and oil and water, things like that. Adding scents, just a few drops of essential oil to like we talked about, Play-Doh or a cotton ball for a relaxing smell. Sometimes we can put a few drops of lavender on one of their stuffed animals. That's always a nice thing to do. With our older kids, we've actually used deer corn with hidden toys for the little kids to play with, and then later on we take the deer corn and put it in some socks from the clothing shed that are clean, and then we tie them off and we make kind of like we add essential oils to it and we tie it off, and then you can microwave it a little bit and it makes kind of like a heating pad, and that's always, the big kids always tend to love that. Finally, let's talk about active and movement-based games. Physical activity can help release pent-up energy and regulate emotions, especially for children dealing with stress. Many of us grew up on these games. Simon Says helps the children practice impulse control by listening carefully and following directions. Doing kind of like a red light, green light game, a classic game where you practice self-control and body regulation, trying to go when it's green and stop when it's red and touch the person's hand at the end so you could be the red light, green light person. Doing a freeze dance, putting on some music, and when the music stops, everyone has to freeze. It teaches us self-control and listening. You can also do musical chairs right there. That's another one that's great, is musical chairs. Animal movements. This is fun to act out different animals, focusing on slow controlled movements. For example, be a slow tortoise or a soaring eagle. I like to do this in the gymnasium and set out the tumble mats in 2 long rows and have the children do a race. And if I pick a turtle, the slowest person wins, and so you have them do kind of like an animal movement from one end of the tumble mat to the other, and adults can even participate on that. Having a balloon volleyball is a nice way to do something where you can't hurt people. It's energetic but low impact, and it doesn't hurt you, and you can play it indoors. Setting up an obstacle course, whether it's indoors using some of the cones, blanket, and toys that we have, or pillows, or if it's out in our gym and we're using the cones, hula hoops, the boogie boards, and things like that, and making it more intense where they can tumble and do different things to climb over and under things. Having a tug of war with sheets. I really don't want us to use sheets here, but we could actually use like a tug of war rope or something that we have indoors to do some kind of safe tug of war which promotes teamwork. Our goal again is not to hurt each other. Cosmic Kids Yoga, following a guided kids yoga video online, tells a story and incorporates movement. You can actually look up Cosmic Kids Yoga. It's actually a program. Pillow fights. Engaging in safe, structured pillow fights can release energy as long as we talk about not hitting in the head and not hitting in the face and not hitting hard. And so in TBRI, you're going to see where the teenagers got a chance to have a silly string war with adults, but the adults could say yes and no, and the kids could only shoot at you when it was a yes. Everybody had to agree to pick it up and pick up the mess later, and they had a rule of no squirting it in your face. We could even do water balloon fights and things like that, as long as we're making sure we don't hit ourselves in our faces and we're playing it with an intention of joy and not to be hurtful in any way. Playing catch. Throwing a ball back and forth to help with focus and coordination and provides a simple way to connect one-on-one. And sometimes you can play catch in a giant circle of kids, and they have to, say whatever you say when it's your turn to throw the ball. So you can say right now, until we've gone through the entire circle of kiddos, we're going to say our favorite food when you catch the ball, our favorite color, our favorite song, our favorite animal. You can do all those different kind of things to make it fun for the kiddos. Again, you can always Google activities with kiddos. We've got some resources here on the property that are written resources to look through activities, and you can also ask for some advice. Field day activities are great. Kickball is great. Basketball, playing basketball where you're just shooting hoops and playing horse. These are all physical activities and movement-based games that we can do with the kiddos that really help them succeed, build relationships, and gain more self-control. This is the end of the training. Look at the pictures. See the kids. We need you. They do need us. Our older kids, they're more prone to substance abuse, depression, social anxiety, ADHD, just traditional anxiety. Children in foster care are already inundated with trauma, inundated with self-doubt, low self-esteem, inability to self-regulate. We want our kiddos to feel the love of this shelter. I like that heart over to the side of family happiness, child placement stability, foster care not being a negative situation but a positive situation, so it helps them support them and heal them from trauma, providing hope, a safe home, love. They feel loved, they're safe, and they understand what's going on in their court case and in their lives. We are the front lines to our children's success, and by being calm and seeing the need and meeting the need and not giving up, we are able to fight for what's right for our children and utilize the skills that we have gained during training and make these children's lives better. And so now it's your turn to put all of your lessons into motion. And I know your orientation is a fast-paced process, and this is one of the key components of it. If you have any questions regarding EBI, we will also cover some of that during TBRI and during the live portion of the training, where you go over all of our behavioral rules with our supervisors who are training you, and our discipline policy, a tour of the agency. So feel free to always ask questions. There's never a stupid question. Most of all, remember that we are a no restraint facility, and our goal is to empower children to have self-regulation, to better meet the stresses of the world around them, and to support each other along the way. Thank you.